Hello there, good evening. WNWS-FM time is 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. Make it 11 minutes past the hour. The clock just changed, and in about, 4 minutes from now, we'll all be listening to the World Series, game number 6, the much-postponed game. Finally will get played tonight, and we will broadcast it for you on WNWS-97 on the dial tonight. In the news today, federal mediation talks started in efforts to get a new contract for circulation drivers of the New York Times and the New York Daily News, threatening a strike on Wednesday. The newspaper and mail deliverers union has aimed its first strike threat at the News. However, Times publisher Arthur Sulzberger says that if the News is struck, his paper may suspend publication. Talks on a new contract to replace one extended since last March 30th were broken off on Friday. Again, talks have resumed once more. Governor Carey told the Congress of the United States today that unless a bill to aid deficit-ridden New York is on the president's desk by early November, why the city won't be alone going into default. She'll be joined by New York State. The governor spoke to a House Economic Stabilization Subcommittee today, and he made a few points for both himself and for New York. Senator Buckley, meanwhile, says that for the good of the city and the nation, the federal government has to remain skeptical about rolling out the safety net under New York City. The conservative Republican told a news conference pressure must be kept on the city to reduce its spending and become more efficient. Buckley is putting the blame on New York. He says the city badly managed its own affairs in the past. He says what we're really talking about now is not saving the services or the people of New York, but the creditors of New York. And federal intervention, he says, should be the very last option. An encouraging note today from Rochester, New York. That city sold $27 million in bond anticipation notes at an interest of 6.83%. The one-year notes bought by Citibank Midwestern, which is a subsidiary of First National City Bank of New York. The Rochester finance director said he was ecstatic over the sale. The weather outlook, clear and breezy tonight. Good World Series weather. The low about 50 in New York City. Sunny and milder tomorrow. High in the mid-70s. Right now in Midtown, 64 degrees under clear skies. The World Series brought to you in part by Getty Premium and No Lead. Getty's got what's best for your car.
WNWS-FM 97 brings you the world.
Jack Russell, Tokyo.
Fred Kennedy, London.
John Palmer.
The station that brings you the World Series puts the world at your fingertips. This is WNWS-FM 97, where you hear news and information live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When you need news, we've got news for you. Keep your FM dialed at 97. WNWS-FM, New York.
Easy day, settle back, pop the cap, rain on the great unexpected one.
There's another reason it pays to keep a few six-packs of Michelob beer on hand, just in case friends drop in. You might call it Social Security. And if it just so happens your friends don't arrive, well, who's to say that you don't deserve an unexpected pleasure?
On the great taste of Michelob, the unexpected pleasure. The great taste of Michelob, the unexpected pleasure. The great taste of Michelob.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The 1975 World Series, brought to you by Kelly Springfield, tires that make a world of difference. O.M. Scott, makers of Turf Builder and other fine lawn care products. The Gillette Track 2 shaving system, the closest thing to a perfect shave. And by your Chrysler Plymouth dealers who invite you to see Cordoba for 76, the small Chrysler. Good evening, everybody around the world. Curt, Gowdy, and Marty Brennaman. Yes, there is a Game 6 to the World Series. No, they are not playing it in rowboats. We finally got a break in the weather. The northeaster that hung around Boston for 3 days has blown away. We've had a beautiful, sort of windy, sunny day. They were going to use helicopters to try and dry the field off. Not needed. Mother Nature did the work, and the field is in good shape for tonight. Maybe a little bit slow, a slow track for Joe Morgan, Concepcion, Ken Griffey, and some of those Cincinnati speedsters. But all in all, everything is just right. It's a fairly decent night here. Temperature around 65, 70 degrees at game time, and it's a batter's wind at Fenway Park. The last time the Reds were here, they faced an east wind blowing in. Now the wind is blowing out, and I can already see Bench and Perez and Foster, Concepcion, some of those right-handed hitters in the Red Sox lineup, Petrocelli, Fisk, and Dwight Evans drooling at getting a ball up in the air toward the left field fence. The pitchers tonight will be Louis Tiant, trying to become the 12th pitcher to win 3 games in a World Series. He's beaten the Reds twice, going the distance both times. And Gary Nolan, a right-hander, will start for Cincinnati. At the first sign of trouble, the Red bullpen will be busy. Sparky Anderson said he may use everybody tonight except Don Gullip, who would start if the series goes to Game 7. Remember, the Reds need to win tonight, and it's all over. A Red Sox win was sent it into its final game tomorrow night. Well, the players for 3 days. What have they been thinking? What have they been doing? I went down on the field before the game and talked to Rico Petrocelli and asked him if the layoff had maybe taken away some of his spirit for the World Series. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I think after maybe the second day, everybody was like a little let down as far as being anxious and, the excitement of it. But I think it's picked up again, and everybody's ready to go now, especially with the weather being so good.
It is a lovely night. You wouldn't think you'd ever see the sun again here, were you?
Not kidding, because I know a couple of weeks ago it rained 5 straight days, and you do lose a little edge, but in this short time, I don't think anybody's going to lose that much.
What'd you do during the last 3 days? Did you work out?
Yeah, I worked out here a couple of times, and I worked out at home, my basement. I swung the lead bat and did a lot of exercises, and that's about all you can do.
For a fellow that has inner ear problems, that's supposed to be thinking about retirement, you've had one great series, Rico.
Well, I've been very excited about it, Curt. If you can't get up for a World Series game, you can't get up for anything, and this is a big thrill for me. I hope I don't have to retire. I'm going to get some checkups in the next week, and I hope they turn out okay, and I'd love to come back to baseball if they do.
What condition is this field in tonight?
I think excellent for the amount of rain that fell on it. The drainage was very good, and the infield's very good, so there shouldn't be any problems.
Now you have Louis Tiant going against Gary Nolan. How do you fellows at this ball club feel about it? First, about tonight.
Well, first of all, I think it was the best move pitching Tiant tonight because we don't win. There's no tomorrow, so we have to win this ball game and then be concerned about tomorrow's game. Nolan is capable of pitching a heck of a ball game. Last game, I didn't think he had too much. His control was a little off, but we know he's a good competitor, and if he's got his real good control, he's going to be tough.
And if you happen to win tonight, what about Game 7?
Well, that's anything can happen there. We just want to get to Game 7. I imagine Gullett will be going, and he had excellent control over in Cincinnati. And if he does have it again, he's going to be tough. But I'd still rather go into the 7th game period, not worry about who's pitching.
That was Rico Petrocelli, the third baseman of the Red Sox. Let's get over there and find out now the Cincinnati side of things with the Cincinnati broadcaster, Marty Brennaman. Marty?
Well, Curt, you talked to Rico Petrocelli, and I guess the topic of conversation around Boston has been the 3-day layoff and what effect it might have on both ball clubs. And I posed a question to Joe Morgan. What effect will the 3-day layoff have on him and the Cincinnati Reds?
It has to affect you a little bit, Marty, in that, you lose a little time that you felt like you had when we were in Cincinnati, but it has to affect the Boston Red Sox the same way. So I'm not looking for it to be an advantage to any team.
Sparky Anderson made the comment a couple of days ago that historically over the course of the season, this club has not hit well after a day or two off. Does this concern you?
No, not really, because I don't think about anything that's happened in the past or what the situation is. I'm going out tonight for us to try and win this game, and however we can do it, it doesn't really matter. If we have to hit a lot or if we can just get good pitching and maybe steal a few bases or whatever, I'm just going to try and win. I don't care how we do it.
The first 2 games in here, the track was somewhat slow because of rain last weekend. Now they've had the great abundance of rain here over the last 3 days, but the infield appears to be somewhat hard and fast. Do you look at it that way?
No, I think the infield is going to be slow, Marty, and I think this is by design. I'm sure they left the tarp on a little bit today instead of taking it off so that the sun could get to it and maybe dry it out a little bit. Or if I was that team, I would do the same thing. But I don't. The way I look at it right now, it doesn't look to be as fast as it should be.
Now, as far as the Reds pitcher tonight, Gary Nolan, and I guess already the second guessers have come out in droves because Gary Nolan is a fly ball pitcher, and of course the left field wall here is inviting. What do you look for from him?
Well, Gary, as you know, can jerk up a game every once in a while where it doesn't matter if the fences are right behind shortstop all the way around. He can do it. You know, he's that type of pitcher. When he's got his good control and his good stuff, they're not going to hit too many fly balls deep. They might hit a lot of pop-up. So I'm not really that worried about Gary. I know Gary's got the ability to do the job that we need done tonight.
The Reds can afford to gamble a little bit tonight, can't they?
Well, I don't look at it that way, Marty. People might say so because we have a lead, but I believe you got to get it out of the way as soon as possible and don't gamble, don't take any chances. Let's do the play just like it's the 7th game of the World Series and it's tied.
Marty, I saw you chatting with Sparky Anderson, the Reds manager, in the dugout. What do you have to tell you about his pitching plans?
Well, he, of course, is going to start Gary Nolan, Curt, and as you know, Jack Billingham was extremely upset over the fact that he was going to be passed by here and made no bones about it. He said that it was a tremendous disappointment to him, and I think, quite frankly, that Sparky Anderson is opening himself up to a whole lot of second-guessing. Should Gary Nolan be shelled by the Red Sox tonight, because he's a fly ball pitcher, and that left field wall looms as a very, very imposing piece of concrete and tin and whatever in this ballpark. And as Joe Morgan pointed out, if Gary Nolan can locate the way he's capable of locating, that wall should not present a problem. But if he's just a little bit off, the Red Sox could have a big night tonight.
Sometimes the pitchers call it whatever and a lot of other things. The Red Sox, of course, are going to come back if they win tonight with Bill Lee tomorrow night, and he's unhappy that he didn't get the start in Game 6. So it seems like every day that the rains came and Game 6 was postponed further, more and more pitchers became unhappy with their managers. NBC's radio coverage of the World Series will continue after this message.
Gary Nolan. Want a good start towards a thicker, greener lawn? Then put down some good, rich Scotts Turf Builder. You may not realize it, but this is a time of year when your lawn is going through an important growth period, a time when it sends out thousands of shoots to thicken itself. Scotts Turf Builder is chock full of the nutrients that your lawn needs. If you take just a half hour to spread some Turf Builder this weekend, you'll help your grass stay green and healthy all fall and into the winter. And that can make for a better-looking lawn come next spring. Scotts can put a halt to your crabgrass problems, too, with Scotts Halts Plus. Halts Plus contains Turf Builder to fertilize your lawn, plus a special crabgrass preventer that's guaranteed to keep crabgrass from coming back. Or you get your money back from Scotts. We promise it right on the package. You'll find Turf Builder, Halts Plus, and all our other lawn care products at your local Scotts retailer. Stop in soon. Scotts wants you to have a lawn you can be proud of.
The Cincinnati Reds have already been introduced to the fans. The Red Sox now, and of course you hear a roar. We're back in Boston, where the partisan Red Sox fans will greet their every move tonight. So it's time for us to run you down the batting orders if you have a pencil and share cord along with us. Leading off for the visiting Cincinnati Reds, Pete Rose will be at third base. Rose at third base leading off. Ken Griffey is in right field, batting number 2. Ken Griffey in right field. Hitting third at second base will be Joe Morgan. Morgan at second base, batting third. Johnny Bench is catching and batting cleanup for Cincinnati. Bench the cleanup batter. Tony Perez is at first base, batting number 5. Perez at first base. George Foster is in left field, batting 6. Dave Concepcion will be playing shortstop and batting 7th. Cesar Geronimo in center field, batting 8th. Geronimo. And Gary Nolan will be pitching and batting 9th. That's the Cincinnati Red lineup. Here's a lineup for the homestanding Red Sox. Leading off, and with a right-hander going, they insert Cecil Cooper back into the lineup. Cecil Cooper at first base. Batting second, playing at second base and batting second, Denny Doyle. Carl Yastrzemski is in left field, batting third. Carlton Fisk is catching and batting cleanup. Fred Lynn is in center field. He'll be hitting 5th. Rico Petrocelli is in third base, batting 6th. Dwight Evans in right field, batting 7th. Rick Burleson is the shortstop, hitting 8th. And Luis Tiant will be pitching and batting ninth.
What a nice game.
The umpires are coming out. Satch Davidson is the umpire behind home plate. He's from the National League. Art France of the American Leagues at first. Nick Colusi of the National Leagues at second. Larry Barnett of the American League at third. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Dick Stello's down the left field line, and George Maloney umpiring the right field line. And now our national anthem.
Please join the singing of our national anthem.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at night.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare of bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
The sellout crowd settles back down again. Box seats going for $100 today by scalpers around Boston. Bleacher seats for $35 to $50 in this historic 63-year-old ballpark. Pete Rose is coming out to bring the Cincinnati lineup. He's the captain of the Reds. And Darrell Johnson, the manager of the Red Sox, represents his club. Louis Tiant and Gary Nolan are heating up in their bullpens out in the right center field. Tiant's working faster and harder right now because he has to answer the bell quicker. And you just heard the boos. Larry Barnett, we were talking, a tragic thing, has had his life threatened here by a fan, and the FBI has been called in. And the fans' feelings, of course, running rampant. Well, we pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial, News FM.
Curt Gowdy and Marty Brennaman back in Fenway Park, Boston. A delightful evening after 3 days of a storm. The wind is kicking up, blowing hard out toward center field, and it's going to be a factor in tonight's game. It's a batter's win tonight. And both pitchers better have stuff and better be able to put that ball where they want to. Louis Tiant knows that. He's had a history of pitching good games in this ballpark. The first ball, the ceremonial first pitch. Here's Tiant walking in from the bullpen, Marty. He puts on quite a show. He's had standing ovations ever since he left the dugout. He jogged in the outfield. He visited every portion of the field so the fans could see him there. And he gets a standing ovation as he walks in toward the Red Sox dugout.
Well, Curt, his kind, as far as I'm concerned, is tremendous for baseball. He's an asset to the game of baseball, as the fans in Cincinnati feel Pete Rose is. And as you and I were talking before our broadcast tonight, you can't take it away from the guy. He has the adulation of the Boston fans, and he certainly plays to them. He took his run around the warning track earlier tonight to the roar of this Fenway Park crowd, and he's just now made his way into the Boston dugout.
Field with Chris Speaker and Harry Hooper. Please give a warm welcome to George Duffy Lewis.
Duffy Lewis, who used to play left field here, one of the most famous outfields of all time. Hooper, Speaker, and Lewis. A tremendous outfield. Duffy Lewis has the honor of throwing out the first ball. And in the days he played here, Marty, you talk about the left field wall, they used to have a cliff running up there, a hill. And Lewis was very famous for running up the hill and never stumbling. They had another player who played left field about as badly as you could ever play it, but was a great hitter, named Smead Jolly. And they used to kid her about Smead Jolly. They always said Smead could get up the hill, but never knew how to get back down it again. But
Curt,
he could hit.
Curt, not knowing a great deal about this park, has the left field wall always been as high as it is now?
Yeah, it was lowered, and they raised it, and they took the cliff or the hill away. But Lewis was a master of playing that hill, and he's honored here tonight. There go the Red Sox on the field. Marty Brennaman will set them up defensively for you and get ready for the play-by-play of Game 6 of the 1975 World Series.
Okay, Curt, as the Red Sox take the field, this 3-day layoff because of rain in Boston certainly has not dented the enthusiasm. And as Curt Gowdy mentioned, you look at the temperature, the weather conditions here in Boston, and really it's hard to believe that we ever had the kind of inclement, rainy, cold, windy weather that we have experienced for the last 3 days here in Boston. The Red Sox on defense tonight around their infield. At first base is Cecil Cooper. At second base, Denny Doyle. The shortstop, Rick Burleson. At third base, the veteran Rico Petrocelli. In left field, Carl Yastrzemski. The center fielder, rookie Fred Lynn. In right field, it's Dwight Evans. And, of course, the Boston battery behind the plate, Carlton Fisk. And on the mound for the Boston Red Sox is right-hander Louis Tiant, trying to do something tonight that only 12 others in World Series history have ever done, and that is to win 3 games in one World Series. And I'll tell you, he has pitched outstanding baseball against Cincinnati, having shutting them out 6-0 in the opening game of this series a week ago Saturday, when he doled out only 5 hits, and then came back on the Reds' home ground at Riverfront Stadium to even out the series at 2 games apiece last Wednesday night, registering a 5-4 win. And, well, it was somewhat of a different game than was the first game. Tiant had to struggle throughout much of the game. The Reds had opportunities against him in the late innings, but when the big guy had to come up with a big pitch, he did exactly that. And as a result, is trying to win his 3rd tonight and also trying to send it to a 7th and deciding game here tomorrow night. The Reds, on the other hand, are on the verge, 1 game away from winning their first World Championship since way back in 1940. It has been that long since the Cincinnati Reds have reigned as world champions of Major League Baseball. They won an earlier championship in 1919 and have also appeared in the 1939, 61, 70, and 72 Fall Classics. But, of course, in those World Series, they wound up on the losing end. Pete Rose stepping in to get things underway, the 6th game of the World Series. Rose has been a big hitter for the Reds so far, 6 hits and 18 times up. The Tiant pitch is over on the outside corner for a call strike, and we're underway.
Marty, he's had only 1 hit against Tiant and 7 times up, but 4 of those outs were line drives.
That's right. He's hit the ball very, very hard against Tiant. He swings and laces one into left center field and caught on a skidding diving catch by Carl Yastrzemski.
Rose is probably wondering what he has to do to get a base hit against Tiant. He hit that ball right on the nose.
Well, you talk about the pitching of Tiant. You talk about the controversy that has come up at times in the so far 5 games played, but I think the one big highlight has been the outstanding defense on the part of both clubs, but probably more so on Boston's part. The right fielder, Ken Griffey, will step in. Been up 19 times, has had 4 hits with 2 runs batted in. Against Tiant, has had a couple of hits and 8 trips to the plate. Strike is called to him. Curt mentioned a National League umpire, Dave Satch Davidson, calling balls and strikes tonight. And we note that Rico Petrocelli is playing in on the grass at third base as Griffey steps out of the box and now quickly comes back in. Lynn shading Griffey a step toward left center. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. Alex Kramus is always a third base coach for Cincinnati, and over at first is George Scherger. On deck for the Cincinnati Reds, second baseman Joe Morgan. As Tiant sights a sign, he kicks and fires, and Griffey moves out in front at 2 balls and 1 strike.
You can talk about the weather, who gets the biggest break with the delay. 1 day delay would have helped Tiant. He pitches best with 4 days. Now he's pitching with 5 days rest.
And as far as the Reds are concerned, it means that Don Gullett will go in game number 7, should it go that far. And, of course, Gullett would not have pitched a 3rd time under good weather conditions. Griffey with a foul back, and it's 2-2. The Reds returning to Fenway Park. The first 2 games of this series played here. Tiant shut them out 6-0. The Reds came back on 2 ninth-inning runs to score a 3-2 win in game number 2. Tian waiting patiently on the mound for Griffey, who lost his bat as he took a practice swing and had to go to the other side of the plate to get it. Count holding at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 out. Rose with a fly ball that Yastrzemski made a good catch of out in left field. Now the right-hander with a 2-2 pitch. Bouncing ball will be foul outside of first base.
Tiant looks like he did the first game. He has a strike on the batters. His control is better than it was the second time out.
Well, you can talk about his stuff, whether you're impressed with it or you're not impressed with it. You can say many things about this man, but the one thing that is definite is that he is a money player. 2-2 pitch again, and he's gone full on Ken Griffey. Crowd not particularly in accord with a call by Satch Davidson, a pitch just low and away. So 3 balls, 2 strikes on the Reds' right fielder. Trying to reach here with 1 out for Joe Morgan, who will be up next. Petrocelli, by the way, is now backed up into a normal position at third base. Here's a payoff pitch, and that is ball 4, and Griffey is on. You wonder about the running conditions. We thought, or certainly I did, after talking with Sparky Anderson, he said the skin portion of the infield is in good shape. Joe Morgan said it is not in good shape, and he said that's by design. So take that to mean what you want it to mean, but he's not at all pleased with the way things look on the infield, and we should see pretty soon, possibly here in the first inning now with Griffey on, about whether the Reds are going to try and run and force the issue early tonight.
The artificial surface is sort of forcing out the importance of the groundskeeper, but he can win some games for a home team by how high he lets the grass grow or how short it is.
Boston infield, a double play depth as Tiant goes to his stretch, turns a quick throw to first base, and Griffey gets back. Morgan, offensively, has not had a real good series, although he won the 3rd game in Cincinnati with a 10th inning base hit. 4 for 17, 2 runs batted in. Tiant again throwing that way, bouncing ball off the glove of Cooper, but not far enough to allow Griffey to move.
Tiant has one of the best moves in baseball for a right-hander. You don't get big leads against him. You're very cautious. He uses every trick of the trade with a head, wiggle-waggles down to his set position, and can make a snap throw to first with the best.
He has yet to deliver to the plate as Morgan waits with 1 out and Griffey at first base. Fisk sets a target. Here's a pitch. It's high, a ball. Well, the Reds stole only 1 base on him in the 2 games played when he was on the mound. And, well, in the first game, Carlton Fisk threw out a couple of runners. You talk about the track, you'd have to feel, Curt, that this track is a little bit better tonight than it was a week ago Sunday when these 2 teams last played here.
It has to be, but it's not as fast, of course, as in Cincinnati.
Morgan ahead, a ball, no strikes. Reds trying to get something going in the first inning on a Griffey walk. Here's a pitch, and that's taken for a strike. Louis Tiant has simply been outstanding in his last 5 games at Fenway. He's won them all, and in 45 innings, get this, he has allowed 2 runs, of which 1 was earned. That figures out to an earned run average of 0.20. He's even with Morgan, a ball and a strike. He's checking Griffey, a short lead at first base, a pitch. Off-speed pitch, and Morgan not having any of it as it misses just a bit high, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
He is just missing right now, Marty. A couple of inches.
Johnny Bench is on deck. The Reds lead in the series 3-2. Cincinnati winning 2 out of the 3 games played in Riverfront Stadium. Tiant with the pause at the belt. Here's his next pitch, and Morgan is a pitch away from getting a walk as it goes to 3-1. And again, as you pointed out, Curt, he is right around that plate. Of course, we talked about many times in the course of the series, when you've got Joe Morgan at the plate, you've got to pitch to him. You've got to throw strikes. He walked 132 times during the season to set a new Cincinnati Reds record. Now let's see what Griffey's going to be doing on this 3-1 pitch to Morgan. Cooper holding on the bag against Griffey, and now a throw goes that way, and once again he's back ahead of the throw. Whereas Lynn in center was playing Griffey maybe a step or 2 toward left center field, he's now shading Morgan toward right. Yastrzemski pulled well off the line in left field, Evans straight away and deep in right. 3 balls and a strike, Morgan waiting. Tiant bringing it to the plate, swung on and popped up. That's going to be playable. Off to the right of the plate by Carlton Fisk, who's under, and he's got it for the second out.
That wind blew the ball back from the box seats toward home plate. The wind is out tonight. Keep remembering that. Fly balls in the air that sometimes are going to look like easy outs may wind up off that left field wall.
So 2 away in the first inning for Cincinnati. The batter will be Johnny Bench as Rick Burleson, the Red Sox shortstop, has something quickly to say to Louis Tiant. Bench has been up 19 times. He's had 5 hits, one of them a home run. He's knocked in 3 runs. His home run coming at Riverfront Stadium. In fact, in the 2 games played here, not a ball was hit out of here. And, of course, a win was a great factor in that respect. Griffey had a 1-out walk. Tiant has retired Rose and Morgan. Bench looks at strike 1. Boy, you talk to many of the writers who have been covering World Series for more years than even they care to remember, and they feel that this is one of the more exciting World Series than they've seen in a long, long time. It's at just about everything. Bench behind a strike. He swings, foul back of the plate. That'll be out of play. So Tiant is out in front quickly at 0-2. Talk about the possible edge that has been taken off on the part of both ball clubs, and well, the millions and millions of words that have been written in the last 3 days by writers who have really found it rough to come up with something to write about. That's been the big topic of conversation, and well, tonight's game will tell the story in that case. Tiant a strike away from ending the inning. He deals to Bench, and he got him on a good pitch, down and away, and Johnny Bench is struck out swinging. The Reds in the first, no runs, no hits, a man left on. They're scoreless after a half inning of play with the Red Sox coming to bat.
There is a co-ed school in Boston without a football team or cheerleaders. It's the John Hancock Institute, where many Hancock agents learn the latest ways to help you put your children through college or yourself through retirement. Oh, we do have one thing in common with other schools, a song.
Put your John Hancock on a John Hancock for your family, for your family.
I say, how do you get to work in the morning?
Well, I usually go down to the corner, turn left.
No, I mean, do you drive, take the bus?
I drive.
By yourself?
Yeah, by myself.
What a waste.
Waste?
You're wasting fuel, you're wasting energy, but most of all, you're wasting the air.
Yeah, well...
Do you ever think of sharing your car with others?
Yeah, but I don't think anybody would ride with me.
Oh, how come? You a bad driver?
I'm a milkman.
How about you? Won't you up fight air pollution? Share a ride, spare the air. Your lung association considers it a matter of life and breath.
Gary Lynn Nolan on the mound for the Cincinnati Reds tonight. He was a 15-game winner during the 1975 season, has made one prior start in this 1975 World Series, starting the 3rd game in Cincinnati, pitching 4 innings, allowing a run on 3 hits with no decision. Nolan was taken out of the game by Sparky Anderson due to muscle spasms in his neck that appear to be, he's completely over that problem.
Is that related to the operation he had last year? Or does he have this kind of a problem commonly?
Well, he had some tightness in his shoulder off and on during the season, Curt, but I think this was the first time that he ever had any problems with his neck. We talked about earlier, Gary Nolan is a fly ball pitcher. Jack Billingham had been scheduled to pitch the 6th game. Because of the 3 days of rain, he switched to Gary Nolan, much to the surprise of many of the people here in Boston covering this event. Left-handed batting first baseman Cecil Cooper will open up the first for Boston. Nolan comes with the first pitch, and it's in there just below the netters for strike 1 call. Cooper has been up 13 times, has had a hit, not a double, and has knocked in 1 run. Round the Reds infield, Tony Perez at first, Joe Morgan second, Davey Concepcion at shortstop, and Pete Rose playing in at third. Cooper strikes swinging. In the outfield, George Foster in left, Cesar Geronimo in center field, Ken Griffey is in right with Johnny Bench behind the plate. Nolan, 27 years old, a native of Hurlong, California, now makes his home in Oroville. Pitching the 0-2, and he pops Cooper into shallow center field. Geronimo waiting and makes a play for out number 1.
That was a beautiful off-speed pitch. He threw him 2 fastballs and took a little off and had Cooper over swinging.
Well, that's Gary Nolan as he retires Cooper, 1 down, and the batter will be the second baseman, Denny Doyle. Doyle's the only player on both teams who has hit safely in all 5 previous games. He's had 6 hits and 21 trips with a run batted in. Nolan working, and the ball is fouled back.
It's surprising to me to see the way Doyle's hit left-handers in this series. He really stands in there against them. He's played in the World Series, Marty, the way he has since he joined the Red Sox in June.
Well, the Reds have been impressed as far as Doyle is concerned with his range, Curt, at second base and his strong throwing arm. 1 ball and 1 strike. We're scoreless. We're in the bottom of the first inning with 1 out and the bases empty.
We have 2 pitchers tonight that can really locate that ball. Nolan can put it right where he wants, so can Tiant. They make good pitches.
Nolan, a pretty rapid worker. Ground ball that Perez bobbles, recovers, throws to Nolan, but he is there in time to retire Doyle. Ball hit directly at Tony Perez. It skidded off his glove and between his legs, but recovered in time to feed on to Gary Nolan for the second out, and here's Carl Yastrzemski. Yastrzemski has played outstanding defense. He has had 5 hits and 18 plate appearances with 3 runs batted in, and the 3rd consecutive left-handed batter that Gary Nolan has had to contend with in the first inning. Whereas they were giving Doyle a lot of real estate in right center, they pretty much play Yastrzemski straight away. Ball 1 is inside. Should Yastrzemski reach, batter would be catcher Carlton Fisk. Nod of the head on the sign from bench. 1-0 pitch. Fastball is high. 2 balls and no strikes. Johnny Pesky, first base coach for the Red Sox. Don Zimmer, Cincinnati resident in the offseason at third. And it's ball 3. We're talking about the 2 control pitchers, Tiant and this guy Nolan. Nolan walked only 29 batters during the season, and 5 of those 29 were intentional walks. 3 balls and no strikes on Yastrzemski, and strike is called.
I thought Cincinnati might have somebody warming up in the first inning. Sparky said he possibly could, but there's nobody warming up out there.
Jack Billingham would be his first man up if he needed a long reliever. Here's a base hit to right field off the 3-1 pitch. Well, it was a pitch up from Nolan to Yaz, and Gary Nolan cannot pitch in that zone, especially in this ballpark. In many of the bigger parks in the National League, he can get away with it, but not here. Carlton Fisk is looking for his 5th World Series hit. Been up 18 times, has had a home run that he cracked at Riverfront Stadium, has knocked in 3.
He hasn't hit as well in a series as he did in the playoffs in the month of September.
Well, I'll tell you, he put a charge into a Gary Nolan pitch in Cincinnati. In fact, it may well have been, well, not may well have been, it has been the longest home run hit so far. Pitches a ball high. 2 down, Yastrzemski at first base. Inning number 1, no score. Morgan shading Fisk toward the second base bag. Here's a 1-0 pitch, ground ball. It'll get through for a hit to left field. Foster quickly up with the ball as Yastrzemski goes to second and holds there, and the Red Sox have come up with back-to-back 2-out hits from Yaz and Fisk. That'll bring on center fielder Freddie Lynn with 2 away. Now we'll be checking that Cincinnati bullpen for you, and it looks like somebody's going to get up to begin throwing as Johnny Bench goes out to the mound to have a quick word with Gary Nolan. Freddie Lynn in a news conference a couple of days ago. Jack Billingham, by the way, is a man who gets up to begin throwing for Cincinnati, and he's going to be joined by left-hander Freddie Norman. Lynn says he has not been happy at all with the way he has swung the bat so far. Got a chance here to turn that around with 2 men on. Here's Nolan's pitch. It's a fastball, and it's up high. 5 for 19 for the former University of Southern California All-American. Knocked in a couple of runs, has a chance to do it here with Yastrzemski at second base, Fisk at first, and 2 out. Swung on, a fly ball, hit back into deep right center field. Griffey is back to the bullpen, and it is gone, a home run. Freddie Lynn has hit one out of here to deep right center field with 2 men on base, and the Red Sox have bolted out in front at 3-0.
Boy, he tagged that one. That one sailed over the Red Sox bullpen about 10 rows back in the bleachers. Tremendous drive by rookie Freddie Lynn. And the Red Sox grab a 3-0 lead.
And Gary Nolan, who got the first 2 outs routinely, Cooper and Doyle now is being hit by Boston. Here's a ball low and away to Rico Petrocelli. The crowd at Fenway Park is still buzzing on a tremendous home run to right center by Lynn. Strike to him, it's 1-1. Petrocelli has had 7 hits. He and Burleson are tied for the most hits on the Boston club. Been up 19 times, has driven in 3 runs. 3-0 Boston with 2 down, the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball is low and outside, ball 2.
I wonder if Lynn is happy with himself now.
Well, I would think that that probably has gone a long way toward changing his mind. Nolan ready with a 2-1 pitch. Swung on, fly ball, and hit well to left center field. Geronimo warning track. He's got it, and the side retired. A big first inning for Boston. 3 runs and a like number of hits. And at the end of 1 complete, the Red Sox 3 and the Reds nothing.
Kelly Springfield announces a spectacular sale on radial tires right now. It's their Star-Spangled Tire Sale, and the brightest star of all is the Kelly Springfield Prestige Radial. Plan now to step up to radials, while Kelly Springfield Prestige Radials are only 4 for $100, size A7813. Other sizes comparably low priced. These 30,000-mile tires give you road-hugging traction and long tire life, while adding riding comfort and gas economy. In snow areas, you'll find Kelly Springfield Snowmark winter tires only 2 for $50. These prices plus $1.93 federal excise tax per tire in the A7813 size. See them today at all Kelly Springfield auto service stores and participating Kelly Springfield dealers, as well as many Sunoco and other service stations. Kelly Springfield. Tires that make a world of difference.
With Curt, Gowdy, Marty, Brennaman back at Fenway Park as the Reds come calling in the second, and a big first inning has provided Louis Tiant with 3 runs on a Fred Lynn home run. For Cincinnati, it's going to be Tony Perez, George Foster, and Dave Concepcion, and well, the Red Sox didn't waste any time, Curt, letting the Reds know they meant business tonight.
That was Lynn's first homer since September 14th, and the first homer of the World Series in Fenway Park.
Activity continuing in the Cincinnati bullpen with Jack Billingham and Freddie Norman. Sparky Anderson said earlier tonight that if Norman was shaky in the first inning or so and he had a chance to get some runs on the board, bases loaded, 1 out, second and third occupied, 1 out with Nolan coming to the plate, he'd hit for him. You may well see that happening should the Reds stir up anything here in the second that would result in Nolan's coming to the plate. Tony Perez had the big game at Cincinnati on Thursday night with a couple of home runs. Here's a pitch from Tiant, and it's inside a ball. Billingham is now the lone worker in the Reds bullpen. Perez 2 hits and 17 times up and both home runs. That dipsy-doodle curveball is in for a strike. 1-1. Tiant giving up a walk to Griffey in the first inning, but that was all. He struck out Bench to retire the side, and now Perez with a foul off to the right, and he has him in a hold at 1-2. Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing in the second. Should a 7th game be needed, it'll be tomorrow night with Don Gullett for Cincinnati and Bill Lee for the Boston Red Sox. A couple of left-handers. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Tiant calling time now. He wants a new baseball from Satch Davidson. It's an 18-game winner during the season with a 4.02 ERA, but that 4.02 earned run average, you can completely throw that out because, as we mentioned, his last 5 starts here at Fenway have all resulted in victories. Struck him out swinging. Another breaking ball down and away, the same pitch that he struck Johnny Bench out on. You give this guy a head of steam, and he's awfully, awfully tough. He's been spotted 3 runs by the offense in the first inning, and that's the 8th time that Tony Perez has struck out in this World Series. Here's a guy who's had good success against Tiant. George Foster, the Reds left fielder, has been up 8 times, has had 4 hits. Pretty much has been a patient hitter against Louis in that he has gone with a pitch out away from him to right field with good success. Foster with his finest year ever in big league baseball, a .300 batting average, 23 homers, and 78 runs batted in. Fastball Tiant comes with. It's a ball. Burleson playing very deep at shortstop. Petrocelli, perpetual motion at third base, always pawing around in the dirt, moving in, out, left, right. Now Foster, in his delay tactics, it has pretty much become a trademark with him, somewhat incurring the wrath of the Boston faithful here at Fenway. 1-0 pitch. Over on the outside edge, a strike. Perez is struck out to begin the second. Foster at the plate, 1-1 Tiant against him. Davy Concepcion is on deck. Tiant kicks, deals, swing and a miss. Well, he turned his back to the plate. He hitched as he looked skyward and then came to the plate.
I thought his head was going to fly off.
Got everything going for him right now. Studies a sign from Carlton Fisk, and now Foster again steps out of the batter's box. Some of the Reds players were talking earlier this season, Curt. They say if this guy had been around maybe 10, 15 years ago and did this against some pitchers, he could look for one in the ribs.
That's right.
Batter and pitcher are ready. Foul ball off a breaking pitch. It'll be out of play.
I know one he could have, Dizzy Dean. He didn't like anybody stepping out on him.
Name of Bob Gibson has also been bandied around. Count stays at 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Boston out in front 3-0 on a Lynn homer with 2 on in the first inning. Tiant serves it up, and a pop-up down the right side. Backpedaling is Cooper in foul ground. He squeezes it, and they're 2 away. That'll bring up Dave Concepcion.
Number 13.
Davey has had 3 hits and 18 at-bats, including a home run. And he's knocked in 3 runs.
Concepcion.
In fact, you look back to game number 3 of this series, and that was a hitter's game as opposed to some of the others that we have seen. The 2 pitching performances by Tiant, and of course the overpowering performance by left-hander Don Gullett on Thursday night. 6 home runs hit out in the 3rd game, 3 by each club. Here's a call strike. Reds are looking for their first hit. The 0-1 on the way, and that is swung on and foul, and Tiant came with a good fastball to Concepcion. 2 strikes a count. Last couple of days, the Reds working out at Tufts University, right outside of Boston. Red Sox pretty much working out on their own. They've got a batting cage underneath the stands in center field. Well, the crowd here at Fenway starts up the Louie Louie chant. 0-2 pitch to Concepcion. Fly ball center field should present no problem for Lynn. It doesn't, and the side retired in order. In the middle of inning number 2 in the 6th game of the 75 World Series, it's Boston 3 and Cincinnati nothing.
So you may think your lawn doesn't need to be fertilized this fall because soon it's going to sleep for the winter. But that's not the way nature works. Right now, your lawn is going through a vital growth period, sending out thousands of grass shoots to thicken itself. So it needs fertilizer now, just like it did last spring. That's why it's so important to take a half hour or so and give your lawn some good, rich Scott's Turf Builder. You see, Turf Builder gives your lawn the essential nutrients it needs during this growth period, and it releases nitrogen slowly as your lawn needs it. If weeds are a problem in your lawn, try Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. It controls over 40 different kinds of common weeds, including dandelions, while giving your lawn a healthy dose of Turf Builder fertilizer to grow on. Stop by your local Scott's retailer this weekend for some Turf Builder or Turf Builder Plus 2. Scott's wants you to have a lawn that you can be proud of. We'll return with more World Series coverage after station identification.
easy day. Settle back, pop the cap, bring on the great unexpected beer.
Friends are a good reason to keep any beer on hand, but especially Michelob. It's always an unexpected pleasure.
Bring on the great taste of Michelob.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
Dwight Evans leading off the home second for Boston. Nolan delivers a strike to him. Bottom third of the Red Sox batting order, Evans, Burleson, and Tiant. And whereas Jack Billingham had been throwing alone in the last half inning when the Reds were batting, it's now left-hander Freddie Norman working for Cincinnati.
I think that's because the top of the batting order will be up in the third for the Red Sox, and they're all left-handers.
1-1 the count on Evans. Nolan delivers, he swings and fouls at the plate. Evans, called by Sparky Anderson the most impressive player that he has seen as far as the Red Sox are concerned in the series. And well, they talked to Evans yesterday in a news conference here in a Boston hotel and about the trade rumors that have been circulating prior to the beginning of this season. And with the kind of performance this young man has shown fans all across the country and around the world, you have to feel like he's safe. Ground ball foul at third base.
I think a lot of teams would like to have Rice in left, Lynn in center, Evans in right. None of the three over 24 years of age. They're set here, it looks like, for 10 years with an outfield.
Gary Nolan ahead of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Evans has been up 17 times with 6 hits, has had a home run, has driven in 4 runs. Breaking ball, and it's strike 3 call on the outside edge. Gary Nolan has his first strikeout. He'll be dealing now with the shortstop, Rick Burleson.
Rick Burleson. Shortstop, Burleson.
One of the most consistent performers for the Red Sox throughout the year, and he's done exactly that here in the World Series. 7 hits and 18 times up. Right-handed batter, strike to him. Look at his RBI figure, 62 during the season. Pete Rose commented, a guy who can knock in that high number of runs batting in the position that he hit in, normally number 8 or 9 in the Red Sox order, and you have to be impressed.
He's a clutch player. He makes big plays when he has to in the field and sticks in big hits at the bat when he has to. And
Fouls one down the line, a 2-strike count. Freddie Norman still working in the Reds bullpen. Louis Tiant watching the action from the on-deck circle. Nolan delivers. Just misses high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, he had an easy time of it, getting Cooper and Doyle in the first, and base hits by Yastrzemski and Fisk, and a long home run to right center field by Lynn. Ground ball hit to first. Perez will take it to the bag himself, and they're quickly 2 out. Here's Tiant. You talk about his pitching. He's certainly done a job at the plate.
He put on a little show in batting practice. He hit the wall a couple of times. Somebody just ran through the stands with a banner, Louis for president.
In each game as a hitter, he's had 1 hit and 3 times up. He's also walked twice. Call strike.
They had to show him where the bases were, though, after he got on. He hasn't hit in a couple of years. He was a scream on those bases.
Swing and a miss on a curve, strike 2. Well, he was a guy who had the base hit that keyed their 6-run inning here a week ago Saturday in the opening game of the series. Nolan trying to retire the side in order. He's 0-2 against Tiant and just misses on the outside edge of ball. One ball, 2 strikes. Nolan again working rapidly. And Tiant is called out on strikes, and that's it for the Red Sox in the second. 3 up and 3 down. We have played 2, the score. Red Sox 3, Cincinnati nothing.
Gillette Championship Shaving is on the air.
The first blade is cutting the whisker. That's one shave. And the second blade is coming over to try for two. It's got it! A beautiful double play on that whisker by the two-bladed Gillette Track 2 razor. Let's get an instant replay of those two blades teaming up for that incredible shave. There, the Track 2 is beginning to shave the whisker. The first blade lifting it out away from the face, actually exposing extra whisker. The first blade is through, and the whisker is starting to snap back in. But here comes the second blade. It's going to nail that whisker again before it can all get back. Yes, the Gillette Track 2 has shaved the same whisker twice for a closer shave. And both those blades are recessed for extra safety. The final score, the Track 2 razor effect, 2 whiskers, nothing. Folks, that's Championship Shaving, brought to you by the Gillette Track 2 shaving system with regular or adjustable cartridges. The closest thing to a perfect shave.
As Louis Tiant concludes his warm-ups to Carlton Fisk, the Reds get ready to hit in the third inning with Cesar Geronimo, Gary Nolan scheduled to bat second, and then back to the top of the order for Pete Rose. Cincinnati has had only one base runner in the first two innings, had a walk to Ken Griffey in the first. Tiant has struck out a pair. Johnny Bench to end the first inning, and Tony Perez to begin the second. Boston out in front 3-0. Louis Tiant, who in the first game pitched a 5-hit shutout to defeat the Reds 6-0. A number of the Reds said he had absolutely nothing. He came back and, well, he had to make believers out of him in Cincinnati because an entirely different game. He battled him from the opening pitch and came out on top 5-4.
Marty, if he'd had to come back with 3 days rest after throwing 163 pitches, I don't know whether he could have done it or not effectively.
Terry Crowley has moved on deck, so Gary Nolan's night apparently is done after only 2 innings. Here's Geronimo and here's Tiant. Strike is called to him.
I want to say something for the Cincinnati fans. A 3-run lead in this ballpark is nothing. With the wind blowing out tonight, a couple of walks, a single, and get one up in the air toward the wall.
Strike 2 is called. Tiant playing good old-fashioned hardball with Geronimo.
This is what you call a hold-your-breath ballpark with the wind out. With the wind blowing in, it's a different matter.
No balls, 2 strikes. Geronimo 5 hits and 16 at-bats. He's had a home run, has driven across a couple of runs. Tiant tries to put him away with this pitch and backs him off the plate with it.
He hit Tiant hard in Cincinnati his last 3 times up. In that game, he got 3 hits, a triple and 2 singles.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Foul ball off the glove of Carlton Fisk. Geronimo did not have nearly the kind of offensive year in '75 than he did last year, but still played the out-of-sight defense in center. In fact, this series has 2 of the finest defensive center fielders in all of baseball, in Geronimo and Fred Lynn. Tiant with a look into Fisk. He's pitching, and he struck him out swinging, came straight overhand, took a little bit off the fastball, and had Geronimo chasing and a bit out in front. That's his 3rd strikeout.
What a story this man is. He was washed up just a few years ago, back in the minor leagues with a bad arm.
Well, Terry Crowley had been on deck to hit, but with Geronimo having struck out, Sparky Anderson is now going to send up another left-handed hitter, but it's going to be Darrell Cheney. Cheney, reserve infielder on the Reds club, had a pinch hit appearance in the 4th game of the series against Louis Tiant and struck out swinging. It's been the only time he's been up so far.
Catcher, please, number 12. Darrell Cheney. Hitting for the pitcher.
So Cheney batting for Gary Nolan, whose night is very brief. He goes only 2 innings, gives up 3 Boston hits, 3 runs, couple of strikeouts. 1 down in the Reds' 3rd. Fly ball hit to left field. Yastrzemski racing back, appears to draw a beat on the ball, and on the warning track, a couple of steps away from the scoreboard, he made the catch, and we got our first indication, Curt, of how the wind is blowing out toward left.
Notice how it carries tonight, and it didn't last weekend, Marty?
Absolutely. We didn't have a ball close to the fence hit in the 2 games played here. 2 away, Pete Rose hit a fly ball the opposite field, left field in the 1st inning, and Yastrzemski turned in a fine defensive play to rob him of a base hit.
Something about Pete that stirs up the opposing fans, isn't there?
Does it all over the National League, I'll tell you. 2 men out. Rose looks at pitch into Fisk, glove a ball. Well, we had the controversial play in Cincinnati involving Armbrister and Fisk. We've had a couple of pitchers who have waxed eloquent in their displeasure over being passed over in this series. Swung on and hit to center field. Freddie Lynn is going to have to play that on a hop, and that's a first Cincinnati base hit as Rose punches a 2-out single to center here in the third.
That was a changeup he hit, and he was waiting for it. He jumped right on it.
Inning extended for Ken Griffey, and Louis Tiant consistently changing baseballs here in the early innings. He gets another one from plate umpire Satch Davidson. Griffey, a consistent performer in this series or in the postseason play for the Reds. He's hit in 7 of the 8 games played. Young man who the Reds feel is just beginning to come into his own as one of the reigning stars in the National League. Walked in the first inning. Ground ball hit off the glove of Tiant. It's going to be fielded by the second baseman Doyle and on to Cooper in time to get the inning ending out. No runs, 1 hit. 1 man is left. After 2.5 innings, Boston over the Reds, 3-0.
There is a name for an automobile in which a driver may have not only great comfort, but great confidence. It is called Cordova. In Cordova, you will enjoy much confidence. The confidence of knowing your automobile possesses a look of dignity, a look of simplicity, uncluttered by time or fashion. In Cordova, you can feel this confidence in thickly cushioned contour seats, available in rich crushed velour or soft Corinthian leather. In Cordova, you will have confidence. The confidence to control the road, to approach both curve and straightaway with marked assurance. In a word, it is called quality, the very definition of a most surprisingly affordable small Chrysler, Cordova.
Well, Sparky Anderson, as he predicted, has gone to his bullpen early tonight. It's left-hander Fred Norman, veteran of the Major League Wars from San Antonio, Texas, on in the third after Gary Nolan pitches the first 2. And this is his second appearance in the World Series for Norman. He started the 4th game in Cincinnati, matched up against Tiant in that one, and really hit hard by the Red Sox. They had 7 hits and 5 runs off of him, of which 4 were earned in only 3 1/3 innings. In fact, in that game, the Red Sox scored all 5 of their runs in 1 inning, and then Tiant made it stand up as Boston came from behind to win it. Norman will be working to the top of the Boston batting order. Cecil Cooper, Denny Doyle, and Carl Yastrzemski. The Red Sox have had 3 hits in scoring their 3 runs, all in the first inning. The Reds have had only 1 hit off Tiant. So Norman, the starter and loser in game number 4. Coming on now in a, well, Curt, a hold'em situation. Reds can ill afford to give up a whole lot more runs and still entertain hopes of winning this game.
He's in the situation that the Red Sox, the one game they won in Cincinnati when Cleveland and Willoughby came in, with the Red Sox trailing 5-1. This is where your long relief man really has to do a job. He just can't afford to give up any more runs. Allow his team to get back in. That's the job presented to Fred Norman right now.
In 75, Fred was a 12-game winner, lost only 4 times. Had a 5-game winning streak, including a playoff victory before losing to the Red Sox in the 4th game of this series. Cooper 0 for 1 at a fly ball to center in the first. This guy was also money in the bank for the Red Sox. He had .311, had 14 homers and 44 RBIs during the season. So Cincinnati starter Gary Nolan gone after only 2 innings of work. And as we talked about before the game, this is going to open Sparky Anderson up to a whole lot of second guessing. Pitch misses outside and high. Reds outfield giving Cooper room in right center and also along the right field foul line. Here's a call strike.
Norman is the kind of a pitcher that gives Cooper a lot of trouble. Throws a lot of breaking pitches and screwballs. Cooper rather hit a fastball left-hander than this type.
Rose in at third base, well off the line. 1-1 pitch, swung on and popped up. Should be a play on that ball. Concepcion goes back into shallow left to call it. He's got it. One down. And Cooper popping out to the red shortstop. Here's Denny Doyle. Thrown out first baseman to the pitcher covering his first time up. Freddie Norman can be an outstanding pitcher. He gets himself into trouble when he starts to nibble at the corners, and as Sparky Anderson says, starts to think too much out there. Norman doing a little work on the front of the pitcher's mound, now directing his attention toward the left-handed batting Doyle. Ball outside.
Rose in tied at third. Doyle's an excellent bunter.
Something that we have really not seen a great deal of in this series, and the Reds scouting report said Boston bunting frequently in situations. 2 balls and no strikes. Norman back with a 2-0, and that's over for a call strike. A screwball that got the outside part of the plate. Norman came to Cincinnati a couple of years ago from San Diego. Ball 3 and a strike as the pitch hits down in the dirt and goes off the glove of Johnny Bench. And as we pointed out, Norman has been around. He's played for Kansas City, the Chicago Cubs, the Dodgers, Cardinals, and as mentioned, San Diego. Really was a minor league pitcher before developing a screwball under the tutelage of Warren Spahn down at Tulsa some years back. 3-1 pitch, hit hard, and a fair ball down the right field line. Ken Griffey will now have to run it down as it hits off that wall and bounce back toward right center, and Doyle goes to second with a double. One of the little nuances of Fenway Park is the ball hit fair, then kicked foul, and off the wall that juts out toward the foul line. Kicked back toward right center. Griffey overran it, and Doyle would have had a double anyway.
Where the wall juts out toward the left field line, the shortstop has to go out and play the ricochet.
So hit number 4 for Boston, the first off Fred Norman, and here's Yastrzemski. Singled and scored in the first inning. So far, it has been all Boston. They lead 3-0. They've got a chance to get another run across with Doyle at second, 1 down. Yastrzemski looks at the first pitch up. And it would appear that the Reds are again going to get somebody up to work in their bullpen. Sparky Anderson said he would use as many as 7 pitchers if necessary tonight. 1-0 to the plate, swung on and popped out of play. Don Zimmer shouting something in from his third base coaching box. One ball, 1 strike. Beautiful, beautiful night in Boston. They say if anything, it's going to be warmer tomorrow, mid to upper 70s. Here's a 1-1 pitch. On the outside corner at the letters for a strike. Yastrzemski started around and now appears to be questioning Satch Davidson on the strike call. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Carlton Fisk is on deck. Denny Doyle leading at second base with an out in the inning. Norman with an out of the head on the time flash by Johnny Bench. Checks and deals. Popped him up on the right side of the infield. Mile high pop. Morgan settles under it, looking skyward, and he has it for out number 2. Fisk, like Yastrzemski, had a base hit in the first inning, and Jack Billingham, a right-hander, begins to throw for Cincinnati.
Number 27. Fisk. Red Sox Packer. Fisk.
Fred Norman goes to the backside of the mound, a quick visit with a rosin bag, and now coming back on top. And with first base open, they're going to give Fisk an intentional walk. and take their chances with a left-handed batting Fred Lynn.
That's good strategy, even although Lynn hit a 3-run homer his first time up. Fisk can really aim and hit this wall against the left-hander.
So Fisk in the process of getting an intentional walk. One out here in the third. Doyle double to right field. Yastrzemski, as Norman got him on a big out, a pop to Morgan, and now the intentional pass to Fisk. Norman, after coming set, wheeling quickly around as if to throw towards second base, but now turns and throws onto the plate, and here's ball 4. Fenway Park roars for Freddie Lynn. He hit one that would have been out of any ballpark in the land in the first inning.
He's the first rookie to hit a home run in a World Series since 1967, when Reggie Smith of the Red Sox hit 2 home runs in that series against the Cardinals.
So 2 men on, 2 men out. Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing in the third. Norman with a pitch, and boy, he tried to take a fastball out of here in a hurry. Strike 1. Very, very personable, articulate young man, Freddie Lynn. Doyle at second, Fisk at first. They're leading. Here's a pitch. Just misses low, and it's a ball and 1 strike. Norman, not the rapid type of worker that Gary Nolan is. He takes all the time in the world out there. Lynn waiting on the 1-1 pitch. Outside, ball 2. Norman at times his own worst enemy. And he gets upset with himself with his inability to get pitches over. Griffey extremely deep in right field. Same can be said for Geronimo in center. Now the 2-1 pitch. Strike to him. Count evening at 2-2 with Freddie Lynn at the plate and Rico Petrocelli on deck. Red Sox have out-hit them 4-1, have outscored them 3-0. And Norman working on the mound. Billingham continues to throw in the Reds bullpen out beyond right field. Now the check of the runners. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Missed with it, and he's gone full. So with 2 men out, Denny Doyle will be on the move from second to third. Carlton Fisk will be on the move from first to second. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 men out. Norman with a pause at the belt, looking around. Here comes a 3-2 pitch as the runners take off, and he lost him to a walk to fill him up. That's the second straight walk that Norman has allowed, although this one, the first one rather, an intentional walk. And now Sparky Anderson is on his way to the mound and immediately signals for the right-hander Jack Billingham. Well, Sparky Anderson is, Curt, living up to his promise. He said he'd run him in there, and he's certainly doing it.
He's 2 platooning tonight. Right-hander against right-hander, left-hander against left-hander with his team behind. 3-0. He's taking no chances. He's playing the percent all the way.
Coming in now will be a guy who was one of 3 15-game winners on the Reds pitching staff, Jack Billingham. And, well, had this game been played Saturday as scheduled, he would have been pitching for the Reds. But, of course, that's not the way things turned out. He expressed his displeasure over being passed over. And with Gary Nolan already out of the game, and Curt, should Jack Billingham come on and pitch well, the second guessing will be all the more.
Well, we always have the hindsight look. The manager has to do it beforehand. Nolan looked good in the second inning. He made that 1 pitch to Lynn, 1 swing of the bat. He might have settled down and pitched himself a ball game.
Attention, please.
Billingham was a second game starter here, and It was interesting yesterday, Dwight Evans, when told that it was going to be Gary Nolan pitching against his club rather than Jack Billingham, he was extremely surprised and has said, as far as I'm concerned, Billingham's the best pitcher we've seen so far from Cincinnati, and that came after the fine performance by Don Gullett Thursday night. Billingham in his only start worked 5 2/3 innings, allowed the Red Sox 6 hits and 2 runs, and only one of those 2 runs was earned. He struck out 5 and walked 2, and to be effective, Billingham, who is a sinker ball pitcher, needs to have that good sweeping curveball, and he had it going for him in his earlier start here. He's on in a pressure cooker situation. Denny Doyle at third base, Carlton Fisk at second, Fred Lynn at first, 2 men out, and Rico Petrocelli, who has hit and hit well in the series, will be the batter when Billingham concludes his warm-up. Boston getting 3 runs across in the very first inning on back-to-back 2-out hits by Yastrzemski and Fisk and a home run by Fred Lynn, and now hoping to get a big 2-out hit from Petrocelli here in the third to score some more.
Billingham's been good in the World Series against Oakland in '72 and against Boston in this series. He allowed only 3 runs in 19 innings.
Only one of those 3 runs an earned run. He has a win, his only decision in World Series play. Billingham looks around. He checks his defense. Petrocelli drove Geronimo back to the warning track and left center in the first. Here's a pitch to him, and he swings and fouls. Billingham, a 97-game winner, lifetime. 15-game winner this season, 19 wins in 73 and 74. 1 ball and 1 strike as he tries to pinpoint one on the outside edge. A double and a couple of walks have filled the bases with Red Sox. 2 men out. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 2. Jack Billingham in a role that over the course of the season was totally alien to him. He is a starting pitcher, but now being used in relief. The 1-2 pitch to Petrocelli. He struck him out swinging as he tried to check on a breaking ball but got around on it. So Billingham comes on to do the job. No runs in the inning for Boston. A hit, 3 men left, and after 3 complete. It's the Red Sox 3 and Cincinnati nothing.
Are you thinking about putting your lawn tools away for the winter? Well, the folks at Scott want you to think again. Right now, your lawn is going through a vital growth period, sending out thousands of grass shoots to thicken itself. So now's the time when your lawn could use a little extra care. All it takes is about a half hour of your time and a bag of Scott's Turf Builder. Turf Builder gives growing grass the nutrients it needs to help it stay green and healthy all fall and into the winter. And that makes for a better looking lawn come next spring. Another good idea is Scott's Turf Builder plus Lawn Disease Preventer. It not only feeds grass, but also protects it against winter diseases that can leave a lawn brown, patchy, and thin. You'll find Turf Builder plus Lawn Disease Preventer, and all of our other lawn care products at your local Scott's retailer. Why not drop in this weekend? Before you put your lawn tools away, Scott's wants you to have a lawn you can be proud of. We'll return with more World Series coverage after station identification.
Getty Oil Company would like to encourage you to shop around for the best price for premium gasoline because according to a recent survey, Getty Premium sells from 2 to 2.5 cents less per gallon than most other major premiums. So we're sure a lot of you will end up buying from us. Remember, don't waste gasoline, but when you do drive, fill up with Getty, premium or no lead. Getty's got what's best for your car.
FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
It's the top of the 4th inning, and right-hander Louis Tion is rolling through the vaunted Cincinnati Reds batting order. He's given them only 1 hit in 3 innings, a single in the last by Pete Rose, rather. And it'll be Joe Morgan leading off the 4th. He popped Morgan up. Pop-up that Carlton Fisk caught in foul ground in the 1st inning. The pitch Just high for ball one. Talking about the Reds' speed, they've not had a great many opportunities against Tiant to put their speed into action. Here's the off-speed pitch. It's in for a strike. Man of 1,000 pitches, 1,000 different moves. He's got them all. Johnny Bench is on deck. Tiant's 1-1 pitch to Morgan. That is strike two call. I'll tell you, Curt, the Reds batters really don't look to be very aggressive tonight.
That almost looked like an overhand screwball. Looked like he cut it up at the top of his delivery.
Been ahead of the hitters most of the time. He's ahead of Morgan. Here's a hard ground ball. Off to the right is Doyle, up throwing, one out. Morgan out 4-3. Denny Doyle to Cecil Cooper. Here's Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench.
Did an artful bit of surgery on Mr. Bench in the first inning when he got him chasing a pitch down and away to pick up the first of what so far has been a 3-strikeout night for Louis Tiant. Boston 3, Cincinnati nothing. Bench chops it foul. Slides by the on-deck batter, Tony Perez. Boston won the first game. The Reds won the second. Cincinnati won the first game in Cincinnati. Tiant came back to draw even at 2-2, and Gullett beat the Red Sox to give the Reds their current 3-2 lead in the final game last Thursday night in Cincinnati. 1 ball and 1 strike on Bench. Pitch. Strike swinging. He threw it by. Well, against Tiant, you can't go up there and play guess hitter. You can try, but more often than not, you're going to come out on the short end. Tries to put Bench away and does just that on strike 3 call. 2 down. Here's Tony Perez. 24. He struck Perez out swinging as a leadoff batter in the second. Outfield deep, shading Perez around toward left. Slow curve. Hangs high and outside. Ball 1. Now the 1-0 pitch. Fastball for a strike. Talked so much about the left field wall. They had a picture, aerial shot, Fenway Park, and Boston paper here Saturday, and said that from the line, home plate to the foul pole, it measures 305 rather than the 315 that they have posted out there. Makes no difference. 2 balls and 1 strike. Check swing, ball 3.
I don't know what it measures. I've seen it walked off and measured and called short of 315, but nobody's hit it yet in this World Series.
Sure have not. Fred Lynn's home run in the first inning to right center. 3-1 the count on Perez. He fouls back the pitch. Reds have had only 2 base runners. A walk in the first to Griffey, a 2-out hit in the third by Pete Rose. Cincinnati, well, Sparky Anderson has used 3 pitchers. Gary Nolan went 2, Freddie Norman 2/3, and Jack Billingham. 3-2 the count on Perez with a payoff on the way. And he fouls it again back.
Tiant's throwing very quick tonight. They're not getting around on him so far.
Once again, he'll ask for a new baseball.
Along with that tantalizing slow stuff and change of speeds right now, at the present time, he has the Reds baffled on their timing.
Foster is on deck with 2 out. Here's Tiant's 3-2 pitch again to Perez. Line smash off the diving glove of second baseman Denny Doyle and on into right field. Perez takes a big turn as Evans momentarily bobbles. So hit number 2 for the Reds, and now it'll be George Foster. He popped out and foul ground to Cooper his first time. Both Cincinnati hits have come with 2 out in an inning. Rose is in the 3rd, and now Tony Perez's base hit to right field here in the 4th inning. Tian into his stretch. Perez with a very short lead at first base, and the pitch to Foster is fouled straight back. Well, these two clubs have been playing baseball, counting spring training, since early March, and at least the way things stand right now, it all could come down to one big ball game. Should the Red Sox win it tonight, game number 7 tomorrow night here. 1 strike on George Foster. Check swing ground ball hit in the hole to Burleson. He throws on to second and threw it away. Tony Perez gets up. He's going to come on to third base as the ball went off the glove of Denny Doyle, and it really looked like Burleson had plenty of time to get the force, but he threw wildly, and that's going to be an error charge to Burleson at shortstop, with Perez coming to third and giving Dave Concepcion a chance to get Cincinnati on the board.
That's right. A chance like that could open the gates for the Reds. That was a check swing, a half swing by Foster, too. He didn't want to go through with it.
So scored a fielder's choice on Foster's part, scored a throwing error on Burleson, and put Perez at third base. Concepcion, a fly ball to center field his first time. This has been a relatively error-free World Series. That is the 4th error charged against Boston. The Reds have made only 2. So Cincinnati will try and make the Red Sox pay for the first error charged in this game. Runners in the corners, 2 down. Tian delivers and misses with it a ball. Petrocelli had been up a couple of steps at third. He's now backed up. 1-0 pitch. That's outside, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Concepcion has power. During the season, hit only 5 home runs. Last year, in 1974, hit 13 homers and knocked in 82 runs. Has had 1 home run so far in this World Series. He represents a tying run in the 4th inning. Tian needs a strike. Kicks and fires, swung on and fouled to the netting. 2 balls and 1 strike on Concepcion. Should Concepcion reach with 2 down, the batter would be Cesar Geronimo. We get down toward the very end of the Cincinnati batting order. Perez leading at third, Foster at first. And the 2-1 pitch. That is a dandy. Fastball on the inside corner just below the belt. Strike 2 call. Concepcion calling time. He wants a pine tar rag from the on-deck circle. It's an interesting point here, Curt. I think in the first game, this same type of situation occurred where a Reds batter in the middle of a count called time, and Fisk said, "Can you do that in the National League? You can't do it over here." Quick meeting of the umpires, and they agreed to let both clubs do it. So Tian battling. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Concepcion right out over the plate. Right-handed batter. Break-even pitch to the plate. Swung on, and he popped him up. It'll be Cooper's ball to play. Foul territory, and the side retired. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error with 2 stranded. After 3.5 innings of play, it remains the Red Sox 3 and Cincinnati nothing.
The game is on today, so why not watch it in the sun? The race is underway, so let's go out and have some fun.
Wherever you go to have fun, take along an RCA Sportable. High-performance television sets with a black and white picture you've got to see to believe. Sporty models with rechargeable battery packs built right in, all ready to go.
The Sportables, for people going someplace new. From RCA, the Sportables, we want to go with you.
And catch this. During the World Series, RCA's biggest indoor Sportable comes with a matching rollabout stand. So get to your RCA dealer quick and ask about his World Series special.
The Sportables, for people going someplace new. From RCA, the Sportables, from RCA.
Right-hander Jack Billingham getting ready to begin his first inning of work, and that he came on in relief of Fred Norman in the third inning with the bases loaded and 2 down to strike out Rico Petrocelli. It'll be the bottom third of the Red Sox batting order. Dwight Evans, Rick Burleson, and Louis Tiant. As Tiant is able to get through the first Cincinnati Reds threat posed against him tonight. Popping out Concepcion to leave Reds runners at first and third, and now the Red Sox coming to bat in their half of the fourth inning and leading 3-0. Evans called out on strikes in the second, facing Gary Nolan at that time. His first look tonight at Jack Billingham. Right-hander works, and Evans takes ball 1 low. Evans now 6 for 18 with a home run and 4 runs batted in. 1-0 pitch. Swung on. He came up and in on him with a fastball. Fouled away. One pitch. Curve is outside and low. Ball 2. Well, you've got a blend of youth and age on both of these clubs. You look at Boston, Yastrzemski, Petrocelli. Look at Cincinnati with the Perez's, swing and a miss. Pete Rose's, and then the youth of a Ken Griffey and Johnny Bench, Davey Concepcion, all relatively young.
That's a good combination in any athletic team. Have some old heads around and some youngsters. Good balance.
2-2 pitch. Chopped that one foul off the face mask of Bench and comes all the way back on the screen. Well, Curt, you brought up a big point before the broadcast tonight of what effect Jim Rice's having been in this series would have meant to the Red Sox.
We'll never know. It's sad that a youngster of his caliber didn't have a chance to play.
Here's a fly ball hit well the opposite way. Griffey racing back on the warning track. He'll not get it. That'll be a ground rule double as it bounces up into the stands on a hop. Dwight Evans hitting one a long way to the opposite field. Griffey pulled well off the line, had no chance whatsoever to make a catch on the ball as he rapidly ran out of room and the ball hit on the warning track and up into the seats.
He's now had 7 hits in the series, a double, a triple, and a home run. 3 of these 7 hits extra bases.
And it draws him into a 3-way tie. Evans, Burleson, and Petrocelli have all had 7 hits for the Boston Red Sox.
And Pete Rose now has 7 for the Reds.
A leadoff double by Evans. Burleson, who bounced out to Tony Perez his first time. Billingham throws to the plate a ball. Well, the Reds were able to work out of a bases-loaded 2-out jam in the third. Boston coming right back to apply instantaneous pressure on him with a leadoff double by Evans. A 1-0 to Burleson. 2 balls and no strikes. Billingham missing low with a fastball.
He's been pitching him low and outside, and Burleson has good bat control. He can take that pitch to the right side of the infield or try and slap it to right and move Evans to third.
Concepcion playing games with Evans out at second base, and it's ball 3. Well, if you get Burleson on, you can look Tiant to come up in a sacrificing situation. 3 balls and no strikes on Rick Burleson.
That old Louie, he'll be trying to hit the wall.
Well, the way things have gone for him in this series, you couldn't doubt the possibility of him pulling it off if he tried. There's ball 4. It's a third walk given up by Cincinnati pitching.
Don Zimmer, the third base coach, wants to come up and talk to him. They're taking no chances of getting a signal blown. Tiant, of course, in the American League, with a designated hitter, the pitchers don't get to hit, they don't get to bunt. They did the Red Sox when they had visions of being in here the last month, or knew they had a good chance. The pitchers all took 20 minutes of batting practice every day during their regular American League games. The Reds are looking for the bunt, though, Marty.
That they are, Curt. As Don Zimmer talked with Louis Tiant, Pete Rose came in from third base to confer with Jack Billingham and Joe Morgan, and it's Rose and Perez playing in shallow at third and first, respectively. 2 Boston runners on with none out. Billingham looking back at second. Tiant squares. He pops it up, but it's going to be over the head of Perez, who bobbles, picks it up, and now flips on to Morgan. Well, he popped it up, but he had enough on it to pop it over the head of the on-charging Tony Perez, who had to quickly backpedal. And when all is said and done, Tiant did his job because it's a sacrifice. Right-hander Clay Carroll throwing for Cincinnati in their bullpen, as the Red Sox now have him at second and third with 1 down, and Cooper at the plate, and he is going to be batting against a drawn-in Cincinnati infield.
Red Sox left the bases loaded in the third. They have 2 on in scoring position, 1 out this inning. They have a chance to break it wide open.
Cooper, pitch outside. They lead 3-0.
If they don't, the Reds have a great chance in this game.
Boston getting a 3-run homer, in case you've just joined us, by Lynn in the first inning. 1-0 to Cooper. That's low, and Billingham is having problems finding the strike zone. He gave up an opposite field double to the leadoff batter in the inning, Evans. He walked Burleson. Tiant has sacrificed. And Cooper, who has gone 0 for 2, waits a 2-0 pitch. Here it is, and it's swung on and missed.
Cooper took his head off that pitch. He swung. He didn't even see the pitch. He jerked his head over toward the Red Sox dugout. That's probably why he's not hitting in this series. And he was red hot the last couple of months of the year.
Now the 2-1 delivery. Swung on, slow bouncing ball coming to Perez. He looks to third to see what Evans is doing, and now races on to tap the bag and retire Cooper. So Jack Billingham has just gotten a very, very big out. Let's see what he does with Denny Doyle. Doyle has bounced out. He's double to right field. Three pitchers, Gary Nolan, Freddie Norman, Jack Billingham, and another throwing in Clay Carroll. The fires have been kept burning in the Cincinnati bullpen tonight.
You got a blaze out there.
So 2 out with 2 in scoring position. Doyle the hitter. Billingham pitches low, ball 1. Well, Doyle also has 7 hits. We mentioned Burleson, Petrocelli, and Evans. Strike is called at the knees, and Billingham has been missing. Most of his pitches have been down, which is a good sign from him.
He had the longest batting streak in the American League this year. He's a tough out. That is, he usually connects with the ball and hits it somewhere.
1-1 the count. Billingham working. Swung on. Ground ball. Morgan charges at second. Chest high hop. Throws to Perez. And Billingham has pitched himself out of a jam. No runs. 1 hit with 2 left. And after 4 complete, Boston 3 and Cincinnati nothing.
They, who knows more about shaving than Gillette? So it's no surprise that they make the #1 shave cream. Foamy's the name, and the name says it all. Foamy's lather is thick and rich. Lay it on thick to soften whiskers. It's smooth going when you shave with Foamy. Clean, close, smooth, thick, rich Gillette Foamy. Come on, get into the thick of it next time you shave, and you'll know why Foamy is #1. Now here's news about Max for men hairdryer from Gillette.
Hey, Joe, is every morning a race to get ready? Max for Men hairdryer is the way to get a head start. It's the one with all the right equipment to shape up a man's hair in a hurry. Big power to dry fast, comb and brush for detangling, taming unruly hair, adding fullness. In the morning race, Max for Men gets you across the finish line every time. Max for Men hairdryer by Gillette.
Top of the fifth inning with Boston leading the sixth game of this 1975 World Series 3-0 behind the so far two-hit pitching of Louis Tiant. It'll be 8-9-1 for Cincinnati. Cesar Geronimo for openers. Terry Crowley has moved on deck for the second time tonight. He came on deck to hit in the third inning, but after Geronimo had struck out, it was Cheney who came to the plate. The Reds presenting their only threat to Tiant in the fourth inning. That was created by a throwing error by shortstop Rick Burleson on a ground ball off the bat of George Foster, but then Concepcion popped out to end it. Here's a pitch to Geronimo, swung on and hit into right field. It is going to be caught by Evans. Well, Crowley again is going to be called back. And this time it's going to be right-handed batting Ed Armbrister to hit for pitcher Jack Billingham. Scattering of boos going around Fenway Park, no doubt because of Armbrister's most definite involvement with a controversial play in Cincinnati.
Funny how controversial that play was in Boston and didn't really create much excitement in Cincinnati. The eyes of the beholder.
That's exactly right.
It's Armbrister.
Armbrister, little used by Sparky Anderson during the season, but a guy who, well, delivered what turned out to be the winning run in the third and clinching game against Pittsburgh in the National League Championship Series with a sacrifice fly. He's a right-handed hitter. Tiant misses outside on his first pitch. Jack Billingham going an inning and a third, giving up a hit, a strikeout and a walk, no runs against him. 2 balls and no strikes. Up to this point, the Reds' relief pitching has done the job as far as holding the Red Sox. The Reds have not been able to do anything against Louis Tiant. Already a winner of 2 games in this series. 3 balls and no strikes. Armbrister looking for a walk. There's a call strike. I would imagine you're probably going to be seeing him taken here, too. 3 balls and 1 strike. Sparky Anderson looking for base runners as Grammas flashes a sign after getting it from the Reds' dugout. 3-1 pitch. That is ball 4 on a fastball high and tight. Tiant has given up his second walk. Here's Pete Rose, who's had 50% of the Cincinnati hits with a third inning single to center field.
14.
Rose a hit to center in the third, a fly ball that Carl Yastrzemski made a circus catch on in the first inning. Petrocelli in at third. Burleson Doyle at double play depth with 1 out. There's a check in the pitch. Bunt attempt by Rose, and he pops it foul off the third baseline back into the seats.
He was challenging Petrocelli that time, trying to lay down a surprise bunt. That wind now has freshened up even more toward that left field wall.
Certainly has, Curt.
3-run lead is nothing in this ballpark the way the wind is tonight.
Tiant checking Armbrister at first base. He turns and throws very hard that way, and runner gets back. Armbrister has good speed. Well, the Reds trailing by 3 runs. You don't expect him to run in this situation. Throws behind a strike. Pitch on the way, and that's high and outside as Fisk comes up as if to throw. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Imagine Darrell Johnson gnashing his teeth there in the Red Sox dugout. They let him get away with a base loaded in third, 2 men in scoring position, 1 out in the fourth. These early innings, Can't waste too many scoring opportunities.
Well, the Reds with great power, but it certainly has been non-existent in the games played here at Fenway Park. Trailing by 3 runs. 1-1 pitch to Rose, and boy, that looked like a good pitch from our vantage point, but Davidson says a ball. 2-1. Rose out of the batter's box, and you can pretty much find him talking with somebody the entire night. Right now, directing his comments at Carlton Fisk. Tian working very, very slowly. He's issued a 1-out walk to pinch hitter Ed Armbruster. Behind to the batter, Pete Rose. 2-1 pitch. That is a strike out away from him. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Clay Carroll, we will assume, will be the new Reds pitcher when the Red Sox come to bat in the 5th inning. He's still throwing. He'll be the 4th for Cincinnati. Rose at the plate, Griffey on deck. Tian cranking it up again with that herky-jerky motion and sends a 2-2 pitch plateward. Swung on and fouled out of play. Well, that ball bounding off the facing of the press box up above the third base dugout and on down to the third base umpire, Larry Barnett. Crowd getting on him a bit. Not a real popular man here in New England area. Tian's 2-2 with Pete Rose. He pitches. And he's full on him as he misses up high with a fastball. Quick throw to first, but Armbruster is back. Well, Sparky Anderson said before the game, he said, we can afford to do more things tonight than can Boston, but that's not been the case with the way Tian has pitched. The Reds have simply not had the opportunities to try and do anything of a gambling nature. Gone as far as he can go, Tian has with Rose. Armbruster goes. 3-2 is foul back. So the runner heads on back to first base, and Tian will again be throwing 3-2 to the plate. Pete Rose has normally not been a good World Series hitter. In 1970, hit .250. In 1972 against Oakland, batted only .214, but has had a good series against the Red Sox. That hit he had in the third now gives him 7 hits in 19 times up. Once again, the payoff. The runner goes, swung on, line to center. That's in for a base hit. Armbruster takes a turn, bobbled momentarily by Lynn that eliminated any chance that he might have had of getting Armbruster at third base. So the Reds are knocking on the door. With runners at first and third, Rose up with his 2nd hit of the night, and only the 3rd by Cincinnati off Louis Tian. Here's Ken Griffey.
Now, Rose now has the lead for base hits in this World Series with 8. He's hit the ball hard tonight, every time.
Hit the ball hard most of the series, Curt, as you pointed out earlier. He's hit into some tough luck.
He could have a dozen hits right now. He could be challenging the all-time base hit record for a World Series.
Now the onus is on Ken Griffey's back. He's walked in the first. He hit a ground ball that was deflected off Tian's glove in the 3rd inning, and Denny Doyle threw him out. It is a 3-0 game, Boston. We're in the 5th with 1 out and runners at first and third. Tian throws, and Griffey swings and hits a very high pop that will be out of play off to the left. Ken Griffey from Donora, Pennsylvania. Town made great by one of the all-time greats in baseball history, Stan Musial.
He used to be a pitcher.
That's right. Griffey came to a tryout camp with Pittsburgh as a pitcher. Interesting story there. Here's Tian's 0-1. That's outside. He Curt went to a Pirate tryout camp in Connellsville, Pennsylvania as a pitcher. Gave up 3 home runs to a guy by the name of Jim Braxton.
Playing now with the Buffalo Bills.
Same one. Griffey decided that pitching was not his bag after that day.
I'll tell you, football's Braxton's bag.
1 ball, 1 strike. Armbruster third, Rose first. Griffey starts to go and holds up. Ball 2, 2-1.
This inning is turning to be a bit of a struggle for Louis Tiant.
Joe Morgan is on deck. Tiant trying to get Griffey to hit the ball on the ground at somebody. Now the 2-1, and that is strike call on the outside corner. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Reds left 2 on in the 4th inning. They have stranded a total of 4 runners in the game. The Red Sox have left 5, but as Curt pointed out, had the bases loaded, could not score in the 3rd, left 2 men on base, had runners at 2nd and 3rd with 1 out in the 4th inning, and could not get anybody in. With Cooper holding at first base, a big gap on the right side of the Boston infield. Here's a 2-2 pitch, swung on, a fly ball hammered to left center field, well hit. Lynn racing back. That ball is going to be off the fence, kicking back toward right center field. Armbruster scores. Here comes Rose to the plate. Griffey goes to 3rd with a 2-run triple.
And Lynn is crumpled where he hit the wall out there. He jumped up and he is crumpled to the ground at the 379 mark at left center. He tried to go up off the wall, and he was running hard when he hit the wall. And he's down. And Griffey slashed that ball to left center off the wall. This is, to my way of thinking, more of a left-handed hitting ballpark than a right-handing. Ken Griffey just showed you why. He took an outside pitch and slammed it to the left center field wall and got himself an extra base hit. The Reds are right back in this ball game now. The Red Sox had their chances to blow it wide open, haven't done so. Now the Reds have bounced back with 2 runs in the 5th inning. And they have Griffey on 3rd, only 1 down, the tying run. But the concern is of the magnificent Red Sox rookie center fielder, Fred Lynn. He has not arisen. He's still on the ground. The trainer is out there, Charlie Moss. The manager, Darrell Johnson, Carl Yastrzemski.
Curt, it would appear that maybe just he had the wind knocked out of him because they're not looking at any part of his body. You thought possibly there might have been a leg injury when he hit up against a wall, but now he is up in a standing position, and this place was deathly quiet for a moment because he really banged into that wall, making an all-out shot at making a catch.
He's up now. He's bending over. That ball was really taking off. He tried to grab this one over his shoulder, saw he could, reached up with his glove, tried to make a jumping leap and hit the back of his wall on his head against the wall and then crumpled to the ground on the warning track. And I imagine he's fairly well shaken up. He's wobbling out of that corner now and coming back in the grass and being given a hand by the fans here at Fenway Park. He's talking to the trainer, Charlie Moss. Lynn's nodding his head. I'm okay. Now he looks up at the sky, trying to shake some cobwebs out. And he rubs the back. Now he wriggles it around to see if he... I think he hit the lower part of his back against the wall, too. Might have bruised it. Well, while they still attend to him, he's kicking his legs and doing some knee bends. He seems to be all right, nothing broken or injured. NBC's radio coverage of the World Series will continue after station identification.
Easy day, settle back, pop the cap, bring on the great unexpected beer.
Michelob, it's an unexpected pleasure, and it's been that way ever since Anheuser-Busch rolled out the first Michelob barrel in 1896.
Bring on the great taste of Michelob.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is WNWS-FM New York. where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
Well, Freddie Lynn is all right. Ken Griffey has delivered a big two-run triple for Cincinnati to left center field. He is a tying run as Joe Morgan steps in against Tiant. The pitch to him is a fastball high, ball one. Tiant has struggled here in this fifth inning. He walked pinch hitter Armbruster with one out, gave up a single to Rose and a booming triple to the 379 marker in left center by Griffey. Now the infield runs in as Tiant delivers plateward, and he's behind at ball two. For the first time tonight, we have some activity underway in the Boston bullpen. Check it out for you in just a moment. Morgan ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. He swings and pops it up on the left side. It's Petrocelli calling for it and makes a catch, and they're 2 down. He got Morgan on an off-speed pitch, and that's the third straight time that he has retired Joe Morgan, who goes back to the Reds dugout shaking his head. Joe has not been able to get one out of the infield. Johnny Bench has been up twice. He has struck out twice. Tiant punched him out swinging in the first and got him looking in the fourth. Jim Burton and Jim Willoughby. Burton a left-hander, Willoughby a right-hander, loosening up in the Boston bullpen. Infield now back at normal depth. Bench swings, it's a fly ball to deep left field. Yastrzemski back, looking up, it is off the fence. The tying run is in, and Bench will be held to a single off that green monster in left field as the Reds have tied it up at 3-all. So Johnny Bench has hammered one off the left field wall, a ball that hit about 3/4 of the way up. That's a 4th World Series run batted in for Bench, and the Reds have hit Tiant and hit him pretty well in inning number 5 here. Tony Perez 1 for 2, a strikeout, a single. Pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right and out of play. Well, that ball that Bench just hit's the first time that anybody has hit the left field wall in this World Series.
Except Griffey.
Okay.
Griffey sliced out there. That was a pretty good shot off the wall.
Let's say straight away to left.
Yeah, I know what you mean. A right-hander pulling the ball.
Fastball is high, 1-1. Hit totals are all even now, 5 for the Reds and 5 for Boston. Red Sox enjoying a 3-run first on Fred Lynn's home run. The Reds have gotten 3 in the 5th. Have Bench at first, 2 down. Perez waiting on the 1-1 pitch from Tiant. Here it is. Swung on and fouled back. He came in on him. A bad handle foul back.
Actually, Marty, as you run down the red order of Bench, Perez, Foster, Concepcion, they have more right-handed power toward the wall than the Red Sox. With Jim Rice in the Red Sox lineup, I think things would have been equaled up, but he's not in there. Bench and Perez are ideal Fenway Park hitters. I know Perez has great power to right center, but he can pull that ball to left, as we saw in Cincinnati.
Tiant has Perez in a hole as he tries to get the final 5th inning out. It's been a rough inning for him, and just did miss with that pitch. Dropped down a bit on the right-handed batter, something that he will do frequently. Never will drop down on a left-handed batter, and he's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Tony Perez. 3 runs in, 2 men out. Bench leading against a holding Cooper at first base. Here's a pitch. Fastball is high, and he's gone full on Perez at 3-2. Red Sox lose it. There is no tomorrow for them. Should Cincinnati lose, it would be a 3-3 lockup with a decisive 7th game tomorrow night. Bench will be moving on the pitch. Here's a payoff. And he struck him out swinging as he fouled it, and Fisk was able to hang on. That's a 5th strikeout for Tiant, but a rough inning for him. 3 runs the Reds scored on 3 base hits, 1 man left, and in the middle of inning number 5, it's the Reds 3, the Red Sox 3.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
This is the year Dodge gives you more.
Instead of 2 charges, now there's 4.
There's overdrive in Colt GT.
Compact Dart holds my whole family.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Head for Dodge in 76, because Dodge has the cars that are turning all the heads. Sporty little cars like Colt, roomy compacts like Dart, mid-size family cars like Coronet, and the car that more people are getting hooked on every day, Dodge Charger. Head for them all at the Dodge Boys.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Drive Charger Daytona and hear the crowd roar.
My Coronet wagon holds a grocery store.
Dart Colt Charger Coronet. One of these beauties is the one to get.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge. If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Well, we're halfway through the 6th game of the World Series, and we're no better off than we were when the first pitch was thrown, and that this game is all tied up at 3 runs apiece. A new pitcher is on for Cincinnati, right-hander Clay Carroll. And I'm going to turn it over the rest of the way to Curt Gowdy. And Curt, I'll say publicly around the world that it has been a truly memorable experience working with you, and, well, I can't thank you enough.
Well, thank you, Marty. It's been my pleasure, too. If the Reds win, Marty will go down into the Cincinnati Red locker room, and we'll be down there for the festivities, the awarding of the World Series championship. If not, he'll be back here for Game 7 tomorrow night along NBC's radio network and the armed forces around the world. Clay Carroll's 4th appearance of this series and his 13th lifetime World Series appearance. And for those that joined us late in that first inning, after 2 out, Yastrzemski single to right, Fisk single to left, and Freddie Lynn hit a home run over the Red Sox bullpen into the right center field grandstand. 3-0. Tiant was rocking along. He had pitched 4 shutout innings. The Red Sox left the bases loaded in the 3rd. They had runners on 2nd and 3rd, 1 out in the 4th. They wasted chances, and the Reds went to work on Tiant in the top of the 5th inning and tied it up. The big blow, Ken Griffey's 2-run triple. Carl Yastrzemski facing Clay Carroll. Carroll starts him off with a curve in the outside corner for a strike. Yastrzemski is singled and popped up. 1 out of 2. Runs are even at 3, hits are even at 5. The Red Sox have made 1 error. Yastrzemski, Fisk, and Lynn. The pitch is just outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gary Nolan started, went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, 3 runs. Norman, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, no runs. Billingham, 1 in the 3rd innings, 1 hit, no runs. And now Carroll. We may see them all tonight. Except Gullett, we could see him. 2 balls, 1 strike to Carl Yastrzemski. Well, I have room for 6 pitchers in my scorecard. How many do you have?
Only 5, Curt.
We're going to be a little bit short.
We sure are.
The 2-1 pitch, fastball for a strike at the knees, 2-2. They still have Raleigh Eastwick III, and lost in all the rain delay and the exciting plays of the series. There's a drive in the left by Yastrzemski. Went the other way. Base hit for him. He's on. Red Sox now have 6 hits. Eastwick has a chance to win 3 games in this World Series. He's already won 2. So does Tiant. Carlton Fisk has singled and walked.
7. Carlton Fisk. Catcher. Fisk.
Yastrzemski at first, nobody out. His right-handed batter, Carlton Fisk, steps in. They're deep and over to left for him. Carroll to the belt, throws right down the middle for a strike call. 0-1. A left-handed batter, Fred Lynn's on deck. And evidently all right after his collision with the center field wall. He's down there swinging with his on-deck pitches. This will be an 0-1 pitch. Breaking delivery away from the right-hander. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tony Perez holding against Yastrzemski at first base. No outs. Last of the 5th inning. You couldn't get another person in here with a shoehorn. 3 days of rainouts didn't dampen the Boston fans' enthusiasm. Ground ball to 3rd. Rose up with it. That's 1. He was crawling on his knees toward 2nd. Looked like a double play ball, but he lost his footing and caught his spikes in the turf, and then was crawling over toward second base as he made the throw to second for a force play. Here's a hand for Fred Lynn. Lynn hit a 3-run homer in the first. He walked in the third, and he banged against the wall trying to grab the drive off the bat of Ken Griffey. 1 out. Carlton Fisk at first. The Reds have had stout relief pitching. Lynn hits a fly ball left field. Easy chance for George Foster, and they're 2 down, with Fisk holding at first base. Here's Rico Petrocelli. He's flied to deep center. He struck out. The game is tied 3-3.
Number 6, Rico Petrocelli. Third base. Petrocelli.
After those 3 runs, that 3-run homer by the Red Sox, they have not been able to score. Norman, Billingham, and Carroll have done their job. Fisk with his lead at first, 2 down. Perez holding against him. Petrocelli checks a swing, sends a little easy grounder to short. The peg by Concepcion to Morgan for the force out on Fisk, and the side is out. At the end of 5 innings at Fenway Park, the game is tied 3-3.
Want a good start towards a thicker, greener lawn? Then put down some good, rich Scotts Turf Builder. You may not realize it, but this is a time of year when your lawn is going through an important growth period, a time when it sends out thousands of shoots to thicken itself. Scotts Turf Builder is chock full of the nutrients that your lawn needs. If you take just a half hour to spread some Turf Builder this weekend, you'll help your grass stay green and healthy all fall and into the winter. And that can make for a better-looking lawn come next spring. Scotts can put a halt to your crabgrass problems, too, with Scotts Halts Plus. Halts Plus contains Turf Builder to fertilize your lawn, plus a special crabgrass preventer that's guaranteed to keep crabgrass from coming back. Or you get your money back from Scotts. We promise it right on the package. You'll find Turf Builder, Halts Plus, and all our other lawn care products at your local Scotts retailer. Stop in soon. Scotts wants you to have a lawn you can be proud of. Well, we move on to the top of the 6th inning, and Louis Tiant hoping for better things in inning number 6 than that which he experienced in the 5th. The Reds sent 7 batters to the plate, scoring 3 times on a 2-run triple by Ken Griffey, and following a pop-out of Joe Morgan, a Johnny Bench single off the left field wall that scored the tying run. Up until that point, Tiant had been rolling along, having given the Reds only 2 hits through the first 4 innings. The Reds have tied it up, and now they'll come here in the 6th inning with the likes of George Foster, Davy Concepcion, and center fielder Cesar Geronimo.
Left field, Foster.
Foster 0 for 2 has popped out to first baseman Cooper in foul ground and then reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th inning on his ground ball to shortstop that Burleson threw away trying to get the force of Perez.
All right, Foster's a right-hander. Tiant shut him out for 4 innings, then gave up 3 runs in the 5th. Foster, Concepcion, and Geronimo. Petrocelli guarding the bag at third. Ball is tapped back, backhanded by Tiant. Hard throw to first, and he has him. That was an accidental swing by Foster. He was trying to get out of the way of a high inside pitch. Tapped it to Tiant, who had to go to his right, reach across the body, and then made a hard throw to first to get Foster. 1 down in the 6th inning. Game 6 here on a very lovely night. Not exactly a July night, but a lovely October night. And the Reds and the Red Sox are tied at 3-all. If the Reds win tonight, the World Series is over. The Red Sox win will go down to Game 7 tomorrow night. Same time, 8:15 Eastern Standard Time on NBC. Concepcion took the first pitch high for a ball. He's flied to center and he's fouled out. They play him a shade to left. Tiant wriggles and throws, and he threw a fastball right by him on a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, we see all of our good fans out in the bleachers waving us hello out there, and I want to tell you about them, Marty. They stood in line all night here for 2 nights to get tickets. Slept in sleeping bags outside the ballpark. They deserve their seats, and we hope they're enjoying the ball game out there. no better ball fans than
the same thing happened in Cincinnati also for those 3 games.
That's right. Those are real ball fans. The 2-1 delivery. There's a fly ball to right field. Evans drifting back. Looks and takes it. 2 down. Pedro Bourbon is going to work now in the Cincinnati Red bullpen. The pitcher, Clay Carroll, is due up next. Geronimo has struck out, flied out. A left-handed batter. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Red Sox. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Reds. 1 error in the game. That was by shortstop Rick Burleson. That proved to be harmless. And the top of the batting order coming up after the pitcher. And that top of the order has given Tiant trouble tonight, those left-handers. A 1-0 delivery to Geronimo. That pitch is over. It popped into the glove of Carlton Fisk. A strike call, 1-1. Put the shotgun mic on that one, boys. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tiant twists and throws. The base hit. That one will have to be fielded by the shortstop, Burleson. Geronimo's going for 2, then May turns around and goes back to first. That one is the ball that hit inside third, then rolls into foul territory and hits the box seats jutting out. Ricochets in a shallow left field. The shortstop has to make the play and not the left fielder. The single for Geronimo. Now, we're going to have a pinch hitter.
Terry Crowley, who has made a habit of coming on deck 2 different times tonight, Curt, only to be called back by Sparky Anderson, is going to come onto the plate following Geronimo's 2-out base hit, and he's a left-handed hitter.
They have hit Cheney, a left-hander, Armbrister, a right-hander. Crowley becomes the 3rd pinch hitter of the game, and Pedro Bourbon will come in to pitch in the last of the 6th inning. He will become the 5th Cincinnati pitcher of the night. Terry Crowley. He knows this ballpark. He knows the Red Sox. He played against them when he was with the Baltimore Orioles. Back there are 2 ex-Orioles on the Cincinnati Reds, Merv Retman and Terry Crowley. Petroselli's in on the edge of the grass at third base. Cooper's holding against Geronimo. The Reds and the Red Sox each have 6 hits now. Tiant down to the bell has given up 4 hits in the last inning and 2/3. His overhand delivery is low. Ball 1. Fisk held the mitt there and tried to get the decision from Sats Davidson, but Davidson said no, it's a ball. Pete Rose is on deck, and he has hammered Tiant tonight. 1 ball, no strikes. To Terry Crowley. Geronimo about a 2-step lead at first. A quick move, and he hits the dirt head first, getting back safely. One and 0. That's a half-speed pitch on the outside corner. 1-1, a call strike. Roger Moret now, a left-hander. Fastball left-hander warming up in the Red Sox bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Throw to first, and again diving back. Closer play that time. Geronimo was nearly nipped over there in the tag by Cecil Cooper. They're playing Crowley a shade toward right field. A count 1-1. Tiant jiggles to the belt. Now throws. Fastball for a strike call. 1-2. This game is tied 3-3. The runs coming in bunches. A 3-run homer by Fred Lynn in the first for the Red Sox, and the Reds scored 3 in the top of the 5th. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Terry Crowley. 2 down, Geronimo on first. The pitch, fouled away. A ball and 2 strikes. Top coats in evident tonight, but not storm coats. 1-2. Weatherman says it's going to be a beautiful rest of the week here in New England. So we have Game 7. We should have a lovely night tomorrow night also. The 1-2 pitch. It's hit to the shortstop on one hop with a lot of spin on it. And Doyle didn't go over to cover second. Burleson had no play there. By the time Burleson looked up, it was too late to throw to first. And the Red Sox are not playing good ball in the field tonight. Nobody covering second base for the force out. There were two down. Maybe Doyle thought Burleson was going to pick up the ball and go to first, but that ball had a lot of topspin on it. And Burleson, it was hit slowly, knew it could be a tricky play and might have a close play at first. And a base hit now is scored for Terry Crowley on a ball that was hit on one hop to the shortstop. And that has the Red Sox fans buzzing. They don't like the way things are going right now. Their lead's evaporated. The Reds now are battling back. 2 hits and 3 times for Pete Rose. Lined out to left. Line to single to center. Line to single to center. Ball 1 to him. Rose now has the most hits of any player in the 75 World Series. 8 for 21. Swinging the bat the way you know Pete Rose can. Pounding out those 200 hits year after year, that 300 batting average. He hits a foul out of play to count 1-1. The Reds are threatening after 2 down, nobody on. An infield hit by Geronimo and an infield hit by Crowley. They haven't had the ball out of the infield, and yet they have a threat going to break this tie in the top of the 6th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rose wags that bat around, hits out of a deep crouch, batting left against the right-handed Tiant. There's a ground ball hit to Burleson. He's positioned perfectly, grabs it, steps on the bag. He was shading Rose over in the middle. Rose has been hitting up the middle a lot off Tiant. Oh, the side's out. No runs for the Reds. 2 hits. There were no errors. They left 2. Last of the 6th inning coming up, and the score is tied 3-3.
You know, the real professionals never stop studying. And that's why we developed the John Hancock Institute in Boston, where many Hancock agents learn the latest changes in group insurance for your business, as well as the newest developments in life insurance to protect your family. At Hancock, we never stop learning.
Put your John Hancock on a John Hancock for your family, for your family.
Here's a money-saving tip from the Cat's Paw Cat and me, your shoe repair specialist. Fall is shoe tune-up time. If you're like most people, you've got a closet full of perfectly good, low-mileage shoes you paid a lot of good money for. Bring them to me. I can shine them up on the outside, freshen them up on the inside, and have them purring like new again, with famous Cat's Paw soles and heels, all at a price that makes my fall shoe tune-up one of the biggest bargains around. Right, Cat's Paw Cat?
We'll return with more World Series coverage after station identification.
Gowdy Oil Company would like to encourage you to shop around for the best price for premium gasoline, because according to a recent survey, Gowdy Premium sells from 2 to 2.5 cents less per gallon than most other major premiums. So we're sure a lot of you will end up buying from us. Remember, don't waste gasoline, but when you do drive, fill up with Gowdy, premium or no lead. Gowdy's got what's best for your car.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial, News FM.
Well, we have another pitcher for the Reds as on and on they go out of that bullpen. Pedro Bourbon becomes the 5th pitcher. Nolan, the starter, worked 2 innings. Norman, 2/3 of an inning. Billingham, an inning in the 3rd. Clay Carroll, 1 inning. And now the veteran Bourbon. And it's the bottom 3rd of the Red Sox order up. Evans, Burleson, and Tiant. This game is tied 3-3, last of the 6th. First pitch to Evans is a strike at the knees. Evans has taken a called third strike and doubled to right field. Rick Burleson on deck. Sidearm pitch, low for a ball. What about Bourbon, Marty?
Well, Curt, he's a fastball slider pitcher. He tried to develop a forkball during the closing couple of months of the season. At times will throw it, but is not 100% confident with it.
He's low and away with that one. 2 balls, 1 strike. You can see the Reds have read their scouting reports. They're trying to keep the ball away from right-handers here so they can't pull and hit the left field wall. The wind's blowing out tonight toward the fence. That pitch was right in there, and he had to rip it a letter-high fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Dwight Evans. Cincinnati pitching by game. They used 3 pitchers in Game 1, 4 in Game 2, 5 in Game 3, 4 in Game 4. Gullett and a reliever, and there's a drive. Stabbed by Joe Morgan, goes left, and the little second baseman throws Evans out on a fine play. 1 down. And they've had 5 tonight. They don't call him Captain Hook for nothing. Sparky Anderson, he dips into that bullpen and is not bashful about doing so. Rick Burleson is grounded out and walked. 1 out for the Red Sox. They've not scored since the first inning. The Reds have had excellent relief pitching tonight. Every man has done his job. Billingham came in with a bases loaded, 2 down, and struck out Petrocelli. Then he wriggled out of a runner on second and third, 1-out situation in the 4th. That's when the Red Sox had their chance to open this game up. But they didn't do it, and you have to give Billingham credit. Fastball over for a strike call to Burleson. A ball and a strike. 1 down. Red Sox batting last of the 6th. Pitch is low. Bourbon looks fast. 2 balls, 1 strike. This is Phil Harris's favorite pitcher, Pedro Bourbon. The 2-1 delivery. 3-1. Louis Tiant crouched in the on-deck circle for the Red Sox. Straight away for Burleson. He just tries to meet the ball. And he's on. Bourbon walked him. Red Sox have had 4 walks tonight. Louis Tiant has walked 2. Now here's Sparky Anderson coming out. He wants to talk to Bourbon. He's sending a sign for more action in the Cincinnati bullpen. In the top of the order, Cecil Cooper's on deck. I wouldn't be surprised to see the little left-hander McEnany start warming up.
That's exactly right, Curt. McEnany is going to just now get up to begin throwing, and, well, it's pretty obvious that by they, meaning McEnany and Eastwick, they are the 2 kids who did the most productive job out of the bullpen, and Sparky is saving his 2 young Lions for the late innings, and Mac is up throwing now.
And the Red Sox, after Tiant, have Cooper, Doyle, and Yastrzemski left-handers. Louis Tiant. Rose is in tight at third. He's anticipating a bunt. And the bunt is taken. It's a strike call. Tiant squared away and let it ride through. 0-1. Tony Perez was charging up from first. Morgan was going over to cover first, and Concepcion to cover second. Game tied 3-3. Pitch is low to Tiant. 1 ball, 1 strike. And he appeared to have ideas of bunting again as he squared away. Now he looks down to his third base coach, Don Zimmer. Bourbon almost quick pitching. There's a ball laid down foul. Hit something on the line. Bourbon comes down to the stop and boom, delivers. He's unloading in a hurry. He's not letting Burleson get a jump at first. Smart pitching by Bourbon. 3-3 game. Last of the 6th inning. Chops that one foul. He's out. Strikeout for the pitcher. A put out for the catcher as he tried to bunt on the 3rd strike. Red Sox have 2 down, and Cecil Cooper coming up, and he is wallowing in a bad hitting slump in this series. He now has had only 1 hit in 16 times. This is the top of the Red Sox batting order. 2 down. Burleson at first. A tie game, 3-all. The Reds in the 7th will have Griffey, Morgan, and Bench up. Bourbon low with a fastball, 1-0. The second base umpire, Nick Colosi, now has moved over on the shortstop side of second with a left-handed batter up to give Cooper better vision. Outside, ball 2 to Cecil Cooper, 2-0. Denny Doyle, a little left-handers, crouched in the on-deck circle. 2 balls, no strikes. Swings and fouls at him back at third, out of play. 2-1 to Cooper. He's flied out, popped up, grounded out. Burleson at first. 2 out. Stretched by Bourbon, and the pitch is a bounding ball to Joe Morgan. Big hop to him. Throws to first, and the Red Sox are retired, and they have been shut out by Cincinnati relievers since the first inning. And the score at the end of 6 at Fenway Park is still Cincinnati 3 and Boston 3.
Jack Jones for Chrysler New Yorker.
What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town. Elegance and grace, styling sets the pace. People stop and stare. Chrysler New Yorker's there. What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town. Torsion, quiet ride, comfort as you drive. Engineering for today, Chrysler leads the way. What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town. The beautiful new Chrysler New Yorker Brougham has everybody talking. And it's the finest new Chrysler both inside and out. And you get all this luxury at a New Yorker price. Velour upon the seat, comfort at your feet. Chrysler values nice at a New Yorker price. What a beautiful New Yorker. It's the talk of the town.
In the 7th inning, the Reds will come up with Ken Griffey, Joe Morgan, and Johnny Bench. And Ken Griffey has had the big hit for the Reds tonight. With 1 out, Armbrister, a pinch hitter, walk. Pete Rose single to center, with Armbrister stopping at second, and then Griffey triple off the left center field wall. Fred Lynn crashing into the wall. The triple scored both runs, and then Johnny Bench singled off the left field wall, scoring Griffey. And those 3 runs tied this game up. Griffey ready to step in, a left-handed batter with speed going down the line. Louis Tiant's gone all the way. He's already pitched 2 complete games in this series. Tiant's delivery. Big bounding ball hit into right field by Griffey. That's the 3rd time he's been on. And he's a runner bobbled by Evans, but no advance. A runner with speed is on for Cincinnati. They have now out-hit the Red Sox 8-6. Joe Morgan has not had the ball out of the infield. He's fouled out, grounded out, popped up, 0 for 3. This game tied 3-3. Red Sox bullpen's going to work. Right-handers up, maybe Dick Drago. We'll check. Throw to first, Griffey diving back, close play. Dick Drago, a fastball right-hander. Starting to loosen up for the Red Sox. The Reds had 3 hits off Tiant in the 5th, 2 hits off him in the 6th, and Griffey leads off the 7th with a single. A stretch and pitch. High and away from Joe Morgan. 1 ball and no strikes. Morgan can pull the ball. Petroselli's in shallow, but Morgan can pull the ball behind the runner. He can move him over that way. He might even move him to third if he gets the base hit. Tiant into his stretch. The 1-0 pitch. Foul out of play. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 7th inning, Game 6, the 1975 World Series. Here at 10:39 Eastern Standard Time is tied at 3-3. Pitch is high and away. It could be 12 or 13 hours of difference, I guess, if you're listening in the Orient, either yesterday or tomorrow. 2 balls, 1 strike. Griffey at first. Excellent base runner. Hard to get a lead against Tiant. Now he makes his move, keeps him close. That's 2-1, might be a hit and run count. We'll see. The big boys coming up for the Reds behind Morgan, Bench and Perez. The 2-1 pitch. It's a strike call to Joe Morgan. I think Joe is unhappy at himself for taking that pitch.
Well, I'll tell you, Curt, it really appears that, you hate to say it really, but it appears that Louis Tiant has Joe Morgan in his hip pocket. It looks like Joe is trying to guess on him, and really with an assortment of pitches like this man has, you can't go up there with a great deal of success and try to guess what's coming at. He's taking some good pitches from Tiant.
Tiant just waved his arms in a circle, meaning take it off and give me a new sign. Alex Grammas has 2-2 count. Griffey at first, nobody out. The Reds in the 7th. Tiant throws, and there's a drive in the left field. That'll be out in the corner. Yastrzemski racing over and holds Griffey at second base. The wet grass, the heavy grass from the 3-day rain slowed that one from reaching the corner. Yastrzemski got over there and cut it off. But the Reds have runners on first and second, nobody out. And here is manager Darrell Johnson coming out now as the Reds has spiked Tiant for 9 hits tonight. And most of the hits have come in the last 3 innings. So the Reds now have speed on. Griffey's at second. Morgan's at first. Nobody out. Bench, Perez, and Foster coming up. Darrell Johnson's talking to Tiant. He leaves him in. Goes on out. He had that talk with him out in Game 4 in the 9th inning. How do you feel, Luis? I get him. I get him. So you got him. But Dick Drago is out in the Red Sox bullpen, active. He'll be ready if needed. Tie game, and now it's the Reds. The momentum going their way. They're threatening here. They're not holding at first base. Morgan has a huge lead at first. Griffey will jockey for his lead at second. The stretch by Louis Tiant in the pitch. A curveball. He tried to hold up on the swing bench. Couldn't do it. A slow curve. Bench has struck out twice and singled off the left field wall. He's knocked in a run tonight. You don't usually have a Johnny Bench bunting.
Sparky Anderson doesn't.
You let him take his shot. The biggest hit of the series, I think, was by Johnny Bench in Game 2. There's a drive to left field. Yastrzemski backing up will have room. Takes it on the warning path, throws in a second. Now, Johnny Bench led off the 9th inning of the second game, purposely hitting the ball to right field. That pulled the Reds back into the ball game. It might have been the turning point of this series. At that time, Marty, I said I thought it could turn out to be the biggest hit of the series.
Well, the way things have gone up to this point, Curt, you may well be right, because he doesn't get that hit and the Reds don't have the big ninth. They could have well gone to Cincinnati down 2-0 in this series.
Now Tony Perez is up. He has struck out, single to right, and struck out. The Reds have Griffey at second, Morgan at first, one down. And we're all tied up 3-3. The Red Sox in their last of the 7th will have Doyle, Yastrzemski, and Fisk up. Tiant's delivery. There's a fly ball to right fielder Dwight Evans. They're tagging at second. Evans makes the grab. Here comes Griffey to third. It's cut off by Rick Burleson. The Reds have runners on first and third, two down. So Tiant got the right-handers, Bench and Perez out. But he has another strong right-hander to face now in George Foster, who's fouled out, been on with the fielder's choice, and bounced out to the pitcher. Starting to cool off a little bit more now. Getting chillier as the night wears on. Rick Burleson came in and said something to Tiant at the mound. 3 runs, 9 hits for the Reds. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Red Sox, and Fisk, the catcher, has been sent out by the Red Sox dugout to talk to Tiant, and in comes Rick Burleson. I don't know what this conversation's about. Alex Grammas, meanwhile, had gone back into the Cincinnati dugout for instructions from his manager, Sparky Anderson. All right, everybody's returning to their positions. Ken Griffey's at third. He's been the batting star tonight, along with Fred Lynn. Joe Morgan's at first. 2 down. Red Sox are talking about, we're discussing Morgan, how to go to work on him. There goes Morgan. Foul ball back. Morgan going on the first pitch. Morgan says Tiant is the toughest right-hander for him to get a jump on, with the exception of Andy Messersmith of the Dodgers. And Joe says that the dirt here is much slower, of course, than the artificial surface at Cincinnati. He's getting a lead at first again with Griffey at third. 1 strike to George Foster. 2 out. Tie game, 3-3. Time call. Foster backs out. Again, Tiant to the stretch. There goes Morgan. That's a fly ball to deep center. Lynn going back. That ball is off the wall. It'll score 2 runs. Foster's in the second, and Foster has doubled off the top of the center field wall and nearly had a home run. And the Reds, with superior right-handed power tonight, are using Fenway Park better than the hometown Red Sox. So the Reds now lead 5-3. 3 hits off Tiant in the 7th inning. Dave Concepcion's a batter. 2 RBIs by Griffey off the left center field wall. Bench reached the left field wall for an RBI, and Foster hit that one high off the center field bleacher wall and nearly into the bleachers. Pitch is high and away for a ball. 1-0. 5 runs, 10 hits for Cincinnati. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Red Sox. One ball, no strikes. Geronimo on deck. Tiant to the belt. His curveball stays inside to Concepcion. Ball 2, 2-0. Griffey started this inning with a single to right. Morgan, single to left. Griffey stopped at second. Then Tiant got Bench and Perez and fly balls, but Foster hit a double high off the center field bleacher wall. And the Reds have taken the lead 5-3. Tiant looks back to second, throws to the plate. Foul ball back, and the count is 2-1 to Dave Concepcion. The Red Sox in the last of the 7th have Doyle, Yastrzemski, and Fisk up. They had their chances early to break this one wide open, failed to do so. And now Cincinnati relief pitching has been stopping them. A left-hander, Jim Burton, has joined a right-hander, Dick Drago, in the Red Sox bullpen. Two balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 delivery. Curveball hit to the shortstop, Burleson. He has a long throw against a fast man. It's in time. The side's out, but the Reds have grabbed the lead with 2 runs. 3 hits. There were no errors. The Reds left 1. 7th inning stretch at Fenway Park. The score, Cincinnati 5 and Boston 3.
This is Frank Blair at an airport that's probably a lot like one near your home. One of thousands of airports across this country that more and more businessmen are using to solve their intercity travel problems. A lot of these pilots are businessmen like you, and they learned to fly at a Cessna Pilot Center. They took their $5 introductory flight because they've always wanted to learn to fly. But a lot more are coming out to Cessna Pilot Centers for down-to-earth reasons, business reasons. Learn to fly and cover more territory in less time. Learn to fly and spend more time with that client in that out-of-the-way place. Learn to fly and go when you want to go instead of depending on airline schedules. Learn to fly at a Cessna Pilot Center. They're teaching more businessmen to fly than anyone else. Cessna Pilot Centers, #1 in the sky, for some very down-to-earth reasons.
All right, we're going to the last half of the 7th inning. Pedro Borbon will be working on his 2nd inning. He set the Red Sox down without any trouble in the 6th. And he faces left-handers Doyle and Yastrzemski and right-hander Fisk. So for the first time tonight, the Red Sox are behind. Doyle has had a hit in every game. He's doubled in 3 times in this game. Pete Rose playing him shallow at third base. Bourbon's pitch is outside to Doyle for a ball, 1-0. Now it's the Red Sox who will have to come back. The Reds behind 3-0 at the end of the 1st inning, battle back in and have taken the lead. The 1-0 pitch. Doyle popped it up and waiting for it is shortstop Concepcion for the first out.
Curt, as Pedro Borbon works here in the 7th inning, Sparky Anderson keeps him busy down there. He's got again the left-hander Will McEnany throwing.
Carl Yastrzemski, a single to right, popped up and single to left. First pitch of the breaking ball, low to Yastrzemski, 1-0. Carlton Fisk on deck. 1 out for the Red Sox, bases empty. The Reds leading 5-3. Bourbon's pitch is low for ball 2. 2-0. Or check that, 1-1. The 1-1 delivery. Chopper hit out to Joe Morgan. He charges the ball, took a skidding hop to him. He throws Yastrzemski out. And the Red Sox have not had the ball out of the infield the last 2 innings. Carlton Fisk is single, walked, and hit into a forced play.
27. Carlton Fisk, catcher.
It's been the Reds pitching staff tonight that has done it. Norman, Billingham, Carroll, and Bourbon in relief. That pitch shutout ball since the 2nd inning. Nolan started, went 2 innings, allowed 3 runs in the 1st, shut the Red Sox out in the 2nd. 2 outs, nobody on. Ball 1 to Carlton Fisk. Bourbon right now is a pitcher of record. If the Reds hold this lead, he'd be the winning pitcher. Swings and misses. Like a hard slider, 1 ball, 1 strike to Carlton Fisk. Fred Lynn is on deck. One and one. There's the ground ball to shortstop Concepcion. One hands it, flips the first. The Reds playing excellent defensive ball, and Fisk is out. So are the Red Sox, 1, 2, 3 in the 7th. At the end of 7, Cincinnati 5 and Boston 3.
The Kelly Springfield Star Spangled Tire Sale is underway, and there's no better time to step up to a set of Kelly Springfield Prestige Radial white wall tires. These quality radials are featured at a startling low price of $4 for $100, size A7813, with other sizes comparably low priced. 30,000-mile Kelly Springfield Prestige Radials will add riding comfort and gas economy at a price well within your budget. During the Star Spangled Tire Sale, they're only $4 for $100. In snow areas, Snowmark winter radials are $2 for $50. These prices plus a $1.93 federal excise tax per tire in the A7813 size. You'll find them all at Kelly Springfield Auto Service stores and participating Kelly Springfield dealers, as well as many Sunoco and other service stations. Kelly Springfield. Tires that make a world of difference.
Cesar Geronimo will lead off in the 8th inning for the Reds. Pedro Bourbon, they're going to leave him in. The way he's been looking, I don't blame them. In the last 2 innings, he has just overpowered the Red Sox. And then we'll go to the top of the order and pick up Pete Rose. Louis Tiant's pitched all the way. He's allowed 5 runs, 10 hits. He's given up 8 hits in the last 3 innings. Geronimo struck out. He's fly to right. He's had an infield hit. 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Reds. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Red Sox. The team scoring first has been the loser in every game of this series except the first game. All right, we're ready to go. 8th inning. Geronimo hits a high drive down the right field line. That one's deep, and it is a home run for Cesar Geronimo. Right down the line it went and dropped into the right field grandstand. And the Reds now lead 6-3. And Geronimo has tagged Tiant for 5 hits in the last 2 games. Here comes Darrell Johnson out. And this may be all for Louis Tiant, who had it for 4 innings, and since the 5th inning has been tagged by the Cincinnati Reds, Tiant will leave the mound, but he has been great for the Red Sox this year during the season, in the playoffs, and the World Series, and he should get a standing ovation by the Red Sox fans. There he goes, Louis Tiant, and he does. They give him a big hand. His teammates shake his hands in the dugout. The way he was going in the early innings, Marty, it looked like he might pitch another shutout.
Certainly did, Curt. He really appeared to be throwing in the first couple, 3 innings is the way he threw the first time in here, the opening game when he shut the Reds out. But, well, the Reds started to zero in on him in the 5th inning and got the big 3 runs in, 2 of them on Ken Griffey's triple. And from then on, it's all been a rough night for Louis Tiant.
We'll return with more World Series coverage after station identification.
Gowdy Oil Company would like to encourage you to shop around for the best price for premium gasoline because, according to a recent survey, Gowdy Premium sells from 2 to 2.5 cents less per gallon than most other major premiums. So we're sure a lot of you will end up buying from us. Remember, don't waste gasoline, but when you do drive, fill up with Gowdy, premium or no lead. Gowdy's got what's best for your car.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial, News FM.
Roger Moret, a willowy left-hander, has come on now. He'll face Pedro Bourbon. Moret has made 1 appearance. He pitched 1/3 of an inning, giving up 1 hit. That was the base-winning hit by Joe Morgan in Game 3 out at Cincinnati. Tiant was tagged tonight for 11 hits, 6 runs. He walked 2, and he struck out 5. And from the 5th inning on, he didn't strike out anyone. So the Reds finally solved his baffling assortment of deliveries and speeds. Griffey tripled off the left center field wall in the 5th. Bench singled off the wall in the 5th. And the Reds finally found out what the wall was all about. Foster doubled high off the center field bleacher wall, narrowly missing a home run in the 7th to drive in 2. And Geronimo just hit a home run into the right field grandstand to lead off the 8th inning. So the Reds now are in a 6-3 lead. There's a chopper down the third base line that is foul by Pedro Borbon. And if they hold the Red Sox, they are the world champions of 1975. They have been frustrated in 70 against Baltimore and 72. They had a magnificent season this year, winning 108 games and opened the World Series and didn't look good, being shut out. And were shut out in the second game, going down to the 9th inning, or had only 1 run in the first 2 games. And benches double turned it around for him, going to the opposite field. Bourbon swings and misses, strike 2. 0-2. I think one of the classic lines of the series, there's a bounding ball to the right side. Cooper has it, took a bad hop, scoot on him, and he still came up with it. It was when Sparky Anderson, it rained here on Sunday, a week ago Sunday, in Game 2, and he said, you know, we're getting about half run a game. This was, I think, in the 6th or 7th inning when the rains came. And he said, we look like the little toy machine running around here instead of the red machine. He was very candid about his ball club. Pete Rose at the top of the order has 2 hits in 4 times. Now he's batting right-handed against the left-hander Moret. And he fouls it out of play into the grandstand and back of first base. 1 out for the Reds. The base is empty in the 8th inning. Six to 3, Cincinnati ahead. Moret comes in. It's high. Ball 1, strike 1. One and 1 count. In comes the pitch, a changeup. Moret grabs it at the mound. A good stop by him. Throws to first, a little bit high, but he still has him. And they're 2 down. Now it's Ken Griffey. And he's been a force tonight for the Reds. He walked in the 1st. Bounced out in the 3rd. Triple to knock in 2 in the 5th. And singled the lead off the 7th inning where the Reds scored 2. He has scored 2 runs tonight. He won the 2nd game with a base hit double to left center here in Boston. If this series is over tonight, I think he might be a strong candidate for the player of the series, Marty.
I would agree, Curt. He certainly has come up with some big hits for Cincinnati.
There's a fly ball in the center field. Lynn comes on to take it. And Moret gets him out after Geronimo led off with a homer. We're going to the last of the 8th inning. And the score, the Reds 6 and the Red Sox 3.
You know, you may think your lawn doesn't need to be fertilized this fall because soon it's going to sleep for the winter. But that's not the way nature works. Right now, your lawn is going through a vital growth period, sending out thousands of grass shoots to thicken itself. So it needs fertilizer now, just like it did last spring. That's why it's so important to take a half hour or so and give your lawn some good, rich Scott's Turf Builder. You see, Turf Builder gives your lawn the essential nutrients it needs during this growth period, and it releases nitrogen slowly as your lawn needs it. If weeds are a problem in your lawn, try Scott's Turf Builder Plus 2. It controls over 40 different kinds of common weeds, including dandelions, while giving your lawn a healthy dose of Turf Builder fertilizer to grow on. Stop by your local Scott's retailer this weekend for some Turf Builder or Turf Builder Plus 2. Scott's wants you to have a lawn you can be proud of.
The Reds get their bullpen busy with Will McEnany and Raleigh Eastwick III. Bourbon has pitched a very strong 2 innings of relief. Now the ball has been hit out of the infield against him. Fred Lynn crashed a 3-run homer in the first, walked in the third, and flied to left in the fifth. Lynn, Petrocelli, and Evans for the Red Sox in the last of the 8th, and the Red Sox are 3 runs down and facing extinction unless they can get a rally going. World Series will mean about 20,000 a man to the winner. There's a drive off Bourbone's legs. They don't have a play on Lynn. Lynn safe with a smash off the right leg of Pedro Bourbon. Well, that one will sting. That hit him on the right, front of his right leg, about a foot above his ankle. That's the second hit for Lynn. Third time he's been on in this game. Now here's Rico Petrocelli up. He's flied to center, struck out, hit into a force play. They let Bourbon throw a couple of pitches to see if he's all right physically. Okay, he said, I'm all right, let's go. Reds are leading 6-3. Red Sox have Fred Lynn at first, nobody out in the last of the 8th inning. And Lynn's base hit has awakened the Red Sox fan. Petrocelli trying to hold up with a swing, taps it foul down the third baseline. Johnny Bench going after it. Rico hasn't had the cuts tonight that he's had in previous games of the series.
Curt, that hit by Lynn is only the 4th the Red Sox have had since the first inning, and never have the Reds relievers allowed them any more than 1 hit in any given inning.
And they've done quite a job. Billingham, Carroll, and Bourbon. 1 strike to Petrocelli. That one is low. I'll tell you, Bourbon is throwing hard, and his stuff is down. It's mean stuff. The mean low sinker and a low slider. He's keeping that ball down below the belt. There's another pitch below the belt that's fouled out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Petrocelli. Dwight Evans is on deck. Looks like Jim Burton warming up out of the Red Sox bullpen, a left-hander. Eastwick a right-hander, McEnany a left-hander, heating up for the Reds. Pitch is low and away. It's ball 2, strike 2 to Petrocelli. Two and 2 count. Now the pitch. Ball 3. 3 and 2. A low fastball. Lynn gets a lead at first. The 3-2 pitch. Petrocelli fouls it in back of the Red Sox dugout out of play. Reds are ahead 6-3. Trying to stave off the Red Sox in the last of the 8th inning. This could be the final game of the 75 series unless the Red Sox rally. Fouled away. He just got a piece of that one. New ball tossed in. Bourbon pitching very quickly. Throws. Ball 4. And the Red Sox have runners on first and second, nobody out. And here's Sparky Anderson coming out. He can't afford a walkman in his ballpark. He wants Raleigh Eastwick, who's won 2 games already in this series. Lanky, young right-handed reliever who's done an exceptional job for the Reds this year. There goes Bourbon out. And Eastwick becomes the 6th pitcher of the game for the Reds. Joe Morgan's coming in, nodding his head, talking to his manager Anderson on the mound. Johnny Bench is out there, and we're waiting for the arrival of Eastwick, who didn't want the cart. I think after the 3-day layoff, these players want to jog or run in and get loose. Here's Marty Brennaman to tell you about Raleigh Eastwick.
Well, Curt, a young man like Eastwick cannot do any more than he has done in this World Series. You certainly can't expect any more. He was the main man as far as a right-hander coming out of that Reds bullpen in short relief this season, and he's simply done it in this World Series. He's made 4 appearances. This will be appearance number 5 in 6 games. He has won 2 of the 3 Cincinnati victories. He has saved a game. And in 7 innings, he's allowed the Red Sox but 4 hits and 1 run with a couple of strikeouts and a couple of walks. His earned run average in this World Series figures out to 1.29. And Curt, you've seen him pitch enough to know that he's a throwback to the old days. All he does is come in and throw severe fire.
He was very good out in Cincinnati, I thought. His ball was alive. He was not as good his second time out as his first time out. His 5th appearance. He's won 2 games, lost none. He's had 1 save in this series. If he gets a save tonight, he has tied Larry Sherry's series record with the 59 Dodgers of 2 wins and 2 saves.
Curt, I'll tell you, I don't believe he's going to get a chance to save this game. You've got Evans, you've got Burleson right-handed hitters, and then certainly a pinch hitter if the Red Sox get that far for the pitcher. But then you've got 3 straight left-handers coming up. And you can look for Will McInerney to follow Raleigh Eastwick to the mound.
The Red Sox will bring the tying run to the plate in the person of Dwight Evans. Fred Lynn led off with a hit off the pitcher's leg, Bourbon. A ricochet job. And Petrocelli walked. We're waiting for Eastwick to finish. He gets 1 more warm-up pitch. And now we're set to go. Eastwick is the modern relief pitcher that is groomed from the start of his career to be a reliever and not a starter. He is trained to be a specialist at the age of 18. And his specialty, getting them out in the late innings. And it pays big money. Dwight Evans, the batter. Struck out. Double to right, grounded out. High and inside for a ball. 1-0. Rick Burleson on deck.
Curt, in addition to the left-hander McInerney throwing for Cincinnati, Sparky Anderson has also gotten right-hander Pat Darcy up to throw.
You were right. He was going to use his whole staff. Swing and a miss and a breaking delivery. A ball and a strike to Dwight Evans. Red Sox 3 runs down, batting in the last of the 8th inning with Lynn at second, Petrocelli at first. No outs. A stretch and pitch. Pop foul back out of play, and Eastwick quickly jumps ahead on the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Somewhat of a comparable situation here, Curt. In the 9th inning of that game in Cincinnati, it was Evans who hit the game-tying 9th inning home run off of Eastwick.
1 ball, 2 strikes. This one's fouled back out of play again. Eastwick just pouring that fastball into him. 1-2. Runners on first and second, nobody out for the Red Sox in the last of the 8th inning. They're hanging by their fingernails right now. His fastball, he's quick, but he's way outside with that one. A 2-2 count to Dwight Evans. Eastwick checks. Now pitches. Evans hits a high foul. That'll be up on the roof in left field. 2-2. 6-3. Cincinnati in the lead. Last of the 8th inning. Red Sox are threatening. A stretch and pitch. Ooh, that one missed. Johnny Bench thought they had it. Pitch just below the knees. Over but low. 3-2. Nobody out. Fred Lynn at second. Rico Petrocelli at first. Here's a pitch. Struck him out with a fastball. Looked like the pitch might have been outside for ball 4 had he let it go by. But it was close enough that Evans had to go for it. 1 down. Rick Burleson has grounded out and walked twice. Bernie Carbo has come out on deck to bat for Roger Moret. Will have a new pitcher for the Red Sox in the 9th inning. 2 runners on, 1 out. First pitch to Burleson is low for a ball. The Red Sox have not scored since the 1st inning. The Reds scored 3 in the 5th, 2 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. They have a 3-run lead. There's that fly ball to left fielder George Foster. Easy play for him. 2 down. And now Bernie Carbo is coming up. Will Sparky Anderson bring out Will McEnany? He has shown no signs of coming out. I think he likes the look of Eastwick's stuff, and he's going to stay with him. Eastwick has struck out Evans and got Burleson on a soft fly to left field. Cecil Cooper on deck. Fred Lynn has a lead at second. Petrocelli's at first. They were there with nobody out. Now they're 2 down. Carbo looks at a fastball for a strike call. 0-1. One strike. 4 relief pitchers have blanked the Red Sox. That's the 1st inning. Low and inside, a ball, 1-1. Benched with one of those patented one-handed stabs of his to keep the ball from going up against the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs. Lynn at second. Petrocelli at first. Petrocelli will get a big lead. Perez playing off the bag. A 1-1 pitch. Inside to Carbo, ball 2. They're trying to crowd him because he'll take the outside pitch and hit the wall on you. He goes a lot to the opposite field. 2 balls, 1 strike. The Reds drafted him number 1. Swing and a miss. And Johnny Bench number 2 in the same year. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two out, runners on first and second. Eastwick stretches and throws. He hits a foul out of play. And Carbo has a count of 2-2 on him. In the 9th inning for the Reds, they'll have Morgan, Bench, and Perez up. Unless Carbo does something, the Red Sox will have the top of their order up. 3 left-handers. Cooper, Doyle, and Yastrzemski. Eastwick delivers. He jammed him, and Carbo had a bad swing on that pitch. He was crowded. He didn't know what to do with it. He was lucky to get a piece of it. The ball was also sinking down on him. Eastwood's fastball is really moving, Marty.
Sure is, Curt. He's throwing very, very hard tonight, much as he did the first time Sparky used him in this series.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Carbo hits a high drive, deep center, way back, home run! Carbo has hit his second pitch hit home run of this series. That was a blast up in the center field bleachers. It came with 2 out, and the count 2-2. And the Red Sox have tied it 6-6. Listen to this crowd. They're on their feet. 35,000 fans in the little bandbox. And the roars reverberate. The sound carries here. Now Cecil Cooper's up. They just had a World Series record tied by Bernie Carbo. Cooper swings and fouls it out of play. He's gone hitless in 4 times. The 2 pinch hit home runs by Bernie Carbo have tied Chuck Esigian's record with the 1959 Dodgers in the World Series. 1 strike to Cooper. Cooper fouls it back and it's strike 2. 2 of the runs are charged to Pedro Bourbon. The tying run is charged to Raleigh Eastwick. So the Red Sox have had 2 3-run homers tonight. And they now are even again with the Reds, 6-all. Cooper strikes out. He's had only 1 hit in this series. And the Red Sox get a hand as they take the field. Three runs, 2 hits, nobody left. We're going to the 9th inning with the game tied 6-6.
There is a co-ed school in Boston without a football team or cheerleaders. It's the John Hancock Institute, where many Hancock agents learn the latest ways to help you put your children through college or yourself through retirement. Oh, we do have one thing in common with other schools, a song.
Put your John Hancock on a John Hancock for your family, for your family.
WNWS-FM 97 brings you the world.
Sales of Ohio's lottery tickets were sporadic until an average...
For the second year in a row.
The station that brings you the World Series puts the world at your fingertips. This is WNWS-FM 97, where you hear news and information live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When you need news, we've got news for you. Keep your FM dial at 97, WNWS-FM, New York.
Well, the hero in Boston right now is a man named Bernie Carbo, who used to play with Cincinnati. And he's come back to haunt his old teammates with 2 pinch hit home runs in this World Series. They have just put him out in left field, so if this game goes into extra innings, he might have another shot, and Yastrzemski goes to first base. Dick Drago has come on to pitch for the Red Sox. So we're going to the 9th inning with a tie game. 6 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Reds. 6 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Red Sox. A 3-run homer by Fred Lynn in the 1st inning. A 3-run pinch hit homer by Bernie Carbo in the 8th inning. The Reds scored 3 times in the 5th. Ken Griffey triple in 2. Johnny Bench singled in Griffey. In the 7th inning, Griffey singled, Morgan singled, George Foster doubled them home with a drive high off the center field wall, and Cesar Geronimo got a big hit for the Reds in the 8th with a leadoff home run. Or otherwise, the Reds would be up against it right now. Marty Brennaman had just moved on his way down to the Red dressing room. In case they win it tonight, they'll have the celebration of a World Championship. And Ned Martin, the regular broadcaster of the Red Sox, has moved in alongside me. I saw Bernie Carbo, Ned, visiting with Johnny Bench, some of his old teammates before the game. They're all smiles. I don't imagine the former Red players are smiling too much about Bernie right now.
They always ask anybody with the Red Sox in spring training, what are the newest Bernie Carbo stories? And there are a lot of them.
Joe Morgan leading off, looks at a high and outside fastball. Now Drago knows he's got to keep this man off the bases. Morgan's had 1 hit in 4 times tonight. New game, 9th inning. Swing and a miss on a fastball. This crowd had gone quiet. They'd seen their Old Town team shut out since the 1st inning. And the Reds had gone ahead. And Carbo woke him up with 1 swing of the bat. With his home run into the center field bleachers. The 1-1 pitch. Strike called in the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1-2. Johnny Bench is on deck, and then Tony Perez. High. course, Carver was mad before the series. He thought he should have started this series at left field and Yastrzemski on first.
I think he made his point tonight.
I think maybe he was right with 2 home runs and 2 times at bat. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Joe Morgan. And the pitch. Morgan pops it up to the right side. Yastrzemski's under it outside of first base. Foul ground, he takes it. 1 down. This has been a great series to watch.
Has not been a laugher except that Gullet game.
That's right.
Even the opener with Louis Tiant pitching, they were a shutout ball until they got 6 runs in 1 inning.
That's right. Gullet had him shut out through 6 innings. The only game that there hasn't been a doubt was Don Gullet's game and game number 5 out of Cincinnati. The rest of them have been taut, dramatic affairs. Johnny Bench has a single off the wall in 4 times. And they appeal to first. What do they say down there? It's a check swing. Ball 1 to Johnny Bench. Tony Perez on deck. I wondered, Ned, if they'll bring McEnany in to pitch to the left-handers in the 9th inning. I don't see anyone warming up out there in the Red bullpen. The 1-0 delivery. He sends a ground ball in the hole, scooped up by Petrocelli. Fires, and he has him. Petrocelli with a neat play going to his left. He's played third base like Pie Traynor in this series. Or Brooks Robinson. 2 down. Nobody on, and Tony Perez up. He's had a hit in 4 times. The game is tied 6-6. The Red Sox had 2 down and trailing 3 runs in the 8th inning when Carbo hit his dramatic 3-run homer. 1 ball, no strikes to Perez. George Foster on deck. The changeup is low for ball 2. 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. If we go to Game 7, NBC will be on at 8:15 tomorrow night, Eastern Standard Time. He pops it up. It's playable. Yastrzemski's under it, and he has it. And the Red Sox come in with a chance to win it in the 9th inning. 3 up and 3 down for the Reds in the 9th. And here is Ned Martin.
After the game tonight, your clothes might have something to tell you about your antiperspirant. So pay attention to your shirt. If it doesn't look and smell fresh, it's telling you to try new Right Guard Double Protection Antiperspirant. It helps protect you and your clothes from wetness, stains, and odor. Right Guard Double Protection. Your clothes will tell you if you need it. Matter of fact, there's a fan behind third base whose jacket just told him he needs new Right Guard Double Protection.
Hello, I'm the Cricket Lighter by Gillette. When you want a disposable lighter, ask for Cricket, and I'll sing you my song. Cricket Lighter is really quite a light. It'll last for months and still burn bright, with thousands of sure fire lights and a flame that adjusts to different heights. Gee, maybe someday my name will be in lights. Catch a Cricket for $1.49 by Gillette.
Raleigh Eastwick will face Denny Doyle, a left-hander, Carl Yastrzemski, a left-hander, and then Carlton Fisk, a right-hander, in the last of the 9th inning. And the fans roaring, "Let's go Sox! Let's go Sox!" All right, Curt, Gowdy, and Ned Martin here, last of the 9th inning. Doyle, Yastrzemski, and Fisk facing Raleigh Eastwick. Left-hander Will McEnany is warming up in the Cincinnati bullpen. The Reds have used 6 pitchers tonight. Eastwick and Drago are now the pitchers of record. Doyle looks at a high fastball. He has doubled in 4 times. He is the only player to hit safely in every World Series game. The 1-0 pitch. Hits a foul ball off the fist into the seats and back of third. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Denny Doyle. Leading off last of the 9th. It's ball 2. A high fastball, 2-1. Pete Rose in on the grass at third. The outfield shallow and toward left. The 2-1 pitch. Ball 3. 3-1. Eastwick has to get it over or the winning runs on for the Red Sox. Here's his 3-1 delivery. Ball 4. Doyle's on. That's right. He didn't even know he was on. He was waiting. He thought maybe they called it a strike. It was that close. He turned around to come back in the batter's box. And umpire Stas Davis says, "Go on, son. You got yourself a walk." Now the winning run is on for the Red Sox.
An interesting thing right here. Carl Yastrzemski hasn't bunted for a sacrifice this year. The bat's in his own hands. Will Johnson have him move that run down right now or take a chance on a hit or a double play?
Well, that's a good point, Ned. Let's see what happens. He squares away and he tries to bunt and fouls it back.
Anytime he has bunted, he's tried it on his own for a base hit.
He, over his career, has never attempted a bunt much. Strong. Doesn't have the power he used to have in the 67 years, late 60s. Now he's squaring away, swings and bounces and foul. Rose was up the line and Yastrzemski tried to chop it by him and nearly did. He has a 2-strike count on him. Denny Doyle at first represents the winning run for the Red Sox in the last of the 9th inning. Game tied 6-6. Eastwick drops to the belt. There's a drive into right field. That's a base hit. Doyle is coming on to third. The throw won't be in time. The winning run's at third for the Red Sox. Yastrzemski has his 3rd hit. Carlton Fisk, a right-hander, is the next man up. And here comes Sparky Anderson out. They may walk Fisk and bring the left-hander on McEnany to pitch to Fred Lynn, hoping for a forced double play going to the plate.
It's about all you can do, really. You can take the 1st and 3rd situation is a good thing for any team because they can move people. They can force a throw to second base. They can do a lot of things.
That's what they're going to do. They're going to bring McEnany on. They'll walk Fisk and pitch to Lynn, a left-hander. But then Petrocelli, a right-hander, on deck. Well, the Red Sox looked like they were done. They had 2 down, 2 men on in the 8th inning. Eastwick looked strong. He came in to strike out Evans and get Burleson on a harmless fly to left. Then up came pinch hitter Bernie Carbo to hammer a 3-run homer into the center field bleachers. Now up come the Red Sox in the 9th. Doyle walked. He didn't even know he had a walk. And he goes to third on Yastrzemski's 2-strike single into right field. We'll return with more World Series coverage after station identification.
It's going to be clear and breezy tonight. The low temperature 50 to 55, sunny and milder on Wednesday with a high in the mid to upper 70s. Fair skies on Wednesday night and on Thursday, the low in the mid 50s. The high 70 to 75 degrees. The chance of rain is near 0 this evening, about 10% on Wednesday and Wednesday night. The wind southwesterly 10 to 20 miles an hour. We have clear skies and the temperature at Rockefeller Center is 62 degrees.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
Will McEnany, the star young left-handed relief pitcher, is appearing in his 4th game. He's pitched 4 2/3 innings, allowed just 3 hits and 2 earned runs. And this will be the toughest spot he's probably come on to this year. The Red Sox have runners on 1st and 3rd, nobody out in the last of the 9th inning. They have a right-handed batter, Carlton Fisk, up. We're only going along thinking that they're going to have to walk Fisk, load the bases with nobody out, bring the outfield in, the infield in, and then try and go to work the left-hander Fred Lynn.
McEnany struck Lynn out the last time that Fred faced him in game number 3 over at Cincinnati. Freddie took a called third strike when he faced McEnany before.
Let's see how they play it. They may pitch to Lynn, to Fisk, I don't know. The infield is in. No, they're going to put him on. That's what we thought. They'll load the bases. That'll make it bases loaded, nobody out. And a rookie by the name of Fred Lynn then will get his chance. He smashed a 3-run homer over the Red Sox bullpen into the right center field bleachers in the first inning. He walked in the third, he flied out in the fifth, and he hit a shot off the pitcher's leg for an infield hit in the 8th. So he's been on 3 times tonight and knocked in 3 runs. Well, the long fly ball beat you. There goes Fisk to first. Red Lynn coming up.
Center field. Lynn.
Will McEnany from Springfield, Ohio. He's only 23 years old. The Reds have the infield in, the outfield very shallow, and the pitch. There's a high fly ball down the left field line. It's going to be close. It is caught by Foster. Here's a tag. Here's a throw. He's out. A double play. A double play. Foster throws him out. Foster took that ball, jammed right up against the left field stands, very shallow. And they sent the runner from third. And Denny Doyle is thrown out on a perfect strike. Johnny Bench put the tag on him.
The Red Sox have been running on Foster all this series, Curt. He hasn't made that many good throws, but this was shallow. I guess Don Zimmer figured it's right in there next to the wall is where he was tucked into and would take a perfect strike. He threw it a little bit off to the first base side, but Bench made a good tag, and the gamble failed.
And now Sparky Anderson's gone to the mound again, and suddenly the complexion has changed. The Red Sox have the bases loaded, nobody out. Now they're 2 down. Runners on first and third. Carlton Fisk is on first. Yastrzemski is on third. And Sparky's looking to his bullpen. The batter is Rico Petrocelli. If they get him out, we'll go into extra innings. That ball was really hit shallow. Foster's throw is in time for a double play. Petrocelli is now the man with 2 down. And an error or a pass ball, wild pitch, or base hit would have to win it for the Red Sox now. Check swing, foul, back out of play, strike 1. Pat Darcy warming up. The Reds have already used 7 pitchers. No balls, 1 strike. McEnany's the 7th pitcher of the night. There goes a runner. There's a ground ball hit to Rose. Rose throws to first in time, and the Red Sox blew a golden chance. Bases loaded, nobody out, and the Reds got him out. What a job by Will McEnany. And we're going now to extra innings. For the Red Sox in the 9th, no run, a hit, there were no errors, and they left 2. So the score at the end of 9 is tied 6-6.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Dodge Charger gives you room for 6.
In a gorgeous car, that's great for kicks.
This year's lineup is 2 cars larger.
SC, Daytona, Sport, and Charger.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Head for the 76 Dodge Charger. Once you've looked, you're hooked. Hooked on cars like the Charger Daytona, with two-tone paint, soft vinyl bucket seats, even an optional tachometer. And this year, you won't believe just how little we're charging for some of our Chargers at the Dodge Boys.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Now Charger gives you a range of price.
If you're on a budget, that's kind of nice. With this year's Charger, once you've looked,
We're mighty certain you'll be hooked.
If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge. If you have a head for cars, head for Dodge.
Well, what dramatics we've had in the last 2 innings of this game. First, it was the Red Sox that appeared to be done. With 2 down, runners on first and second, and trailing by 3 runs, Bernie Carbo hit a pinch hit 3-run homer to tie it up. Dick Drago came in. He got the Reds out 1-2-3 in the 9th. And then it looked like there was no way the Red Sox could not win this game. They had the bases loaded, nobody out. Fred Lynn had a fly ball down the left field line, shallow, very shallow. Foster caught the ball. They sent the runner Doyle, and he was doubled up on Foster's throw to the plate. Then Petrocelli went out. So on we go to the 10th inning, and the play-by-play by Ned Martin.
All right, thank you, Curt. And here we go with George Foster, who was a very involved figure just a few moments ago. His throwing is not like Geronimo's in center field by any means, but he's made maybe the biggest throw of the series for the Reds. Dick Drago, who blew the side down in the 9th, is on in the 10th for the Red Sox. Foster tonight has had 1 hit, a 2-run double off Louis Tiant. Backs out, as he has done so often tonight, just when the Red Sox pitcher has started to throw. And the crowd gets on him. Foster is 1 for 4. That double to center field in the big 7th inning. Drago ready, and Foster backs out again. Drago looks in for the sign, and they're playing cat and mouse. The cat right now is Foster. Drago ready. Foster's in. Right-handed batter. Slams one to shortstop on 1 hop. Burleson up and over. 1 out. Foster grounding to Rick Burleson. And now Dave Concepcion is the batter. He has been held hitless in 4 trips.
Ned, the second extra inning game of this series ties a record. There were 2 extra inning games in the 73 series between the Mets and the A's, and in a number of series before that. But we've had 2 extra inning games now in the 75 series.
We may not finish this World Series until Halloween, Curt, the way things are going.
Well, all you need is a 17-inning game tonight, go down to game 7, and another week of rain.
Yeah. All right, Concepcion stands in from the right side, chokes an inch on the bat, and the pitch to him is high, ball 1. Geronimo, left-handed hitter, is on deck. Drago winds and throws. Fastball moves him back, ball 2. 2-0 to Concepcion. Dick Drago, in his appearances in this series, has been just throwing the fastball. He'll throw the slider occasionally, but he's relied mainly on the fastball, which got him so many saves in the month of September when he was once again the ace of the bullpen on the short relief side. He has been challenging the hitters. 2-0 to Concepcion. Drago fires. And ball 3 is high, and he's 3-0 to the shortstop, Concepcion. Every base runner is somebody now. 10th inning, tied up 6-6. 11 hits for the Reds, 9 for the Red Sox. The 3-0 delivery. It's taken for a strike at the knees. Concepcion checks off with Alex Grammas, the third base coach now. Hit or take, what do you do? There's 1 out in the 10th. Nobody on base. The Reds want a base runner. Drago comes in with his pitch, and it's hit on the ground up the middle into center field. Base hit. And the Reds have the lead run on. Concepcion gets his first hit. A single up the middle. And with 1 out and 1 on, it'll be Geronimo up. And he's had a good night.
And a base runner that stole 33 bases in 39 attempts this year. Dave Concepcion.
He makes them count when he does. Geronimo's 2 for 4. He is singled, and he hit the home run in the 8th inning, which looms very big now, too. It was the leadoff homer that got Louis Tiant out of the game. Tiant battled him as long as he could, weakened in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Throw to first base, not in time by Drago. And Louis just went as far as he could, maybe a little bit farther than he should have. But it's tied up, thanks to Bernie Carbo, for the Red Sox. Now the Reds trying to start something in the 10th. Throw to first again, not in time. Jammed house, they've been alternately screaming and just funereal in their quietness when Freddie Lynn got hurt. And when the Reds went ahead to stay for a while, it was just very quiet here. Then they exploded on Carbo's homer. The set by Drago. Throws to first again, not in time.
Well, they have to keep him close.
You bet. Yastrzemski holding the corner of the bag against him. About a 4-5 step lead for Concepcion. He takes it right about where everybody else does that can run. Joe Morgan. Here it comes. Strike called outside corner. 1 strike to Geronimo. Geronimo's home run off Tiant in the 8th inning was a high fly ball. It just got inside the foul pole and went into the right field stands. At that time, it made it 6-3. 1 strike. Throw to first again, and diving back on his stomach this time as Concepcion loses his helmet. Pretty good move that time by Drago.
Geronimo very quietly has crept up here among the hit leaders of the series, Ned. Rose leads now with 8, and Geronimo now has 7.
He's had a good series.
Yes, he has.
Overall. Played very well defensively, but everybody knew he could do that. Now the set by Drago. Throws to first. They almost had him leaning the wrong way, but Concepcion gets back. Pitchers like Drago, like Reggie Cleveland, like Rick Wise, who do not have exceptional moves to first, will go over to first base a lot for the Red Sox, try to take that half step away if they can, and also to keep the runner moving back in. Sometimes if they have to dive in, a lot of times on their stomach, they will bang up their knees a little bit and take a little wear and tear on them. The pitchers with the good moves, like Lee and Tiant for Boston, will go where they're trying for the pickoff. 1 strike to Geronimo. The pitch is outside. Checked his swing and takes ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Concepcion was holding at first base, not even bluffing that time. Red Sox have left-hander Jim Burton throwing in their bullpen. Drago scowls down for the sign. Throws to first again. Pretty close this time, as Yastrzemski took it and picked it off the shoulder of the diving Concepcion. 1-1. Game tied, 6-6, 10th inning. Here's the set by Drago. The pitch, runner goes, swinging, strike, throw to second base, too high, safe at second. Fisk had a good throw, and he had time to throw it. If the throw had been down to Denny Doyle, or to Burleson rather, it might have had Concepcion, but the throw was high, and Dave slid in under it. And now the Reds have a runner in scoring position. The count 1-2 to Geronimo, and a single will put Cincinnati back out on top.
He's really a difficult man to throw out. His last 3 seasons, he has stolen successfully 85% in his attempts. That's some record.
And that's the mark of a good stealer, the high percentage, not necessarily the number of steals, because you might get caught a lot of times. Okay, now it is 1-2 to Geronimo, and a tough spot for Drago. Right side of the infield deep. Denny Doyle back on the edge of the outfield grass. Burleson shading second. The outfield straight away. The stretch by Drago comes in, fouled off. Geronimo fought off a fastball that jammed him. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Ned, should Geronimo fail to do something, they have McEnany, the pitcher, next. I wonder if they'd hit for him and bring on Darcy, the 8th pitcher of the game for Cincinnati.
That would be all they'd have left, except Gullett, who's going to start tomorrow, if there is a tomorrow. Well, we'll see what Sparky Anderson done. He's a man of many, many moves. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 out. To Geronimo. It's fouled back up the screen again.
They have one other pitcher in the bullpen, Kirby.
And Clay Kirby hadn't made an appearance in the series. 1-2 to Geronimo. Boy, this has been something this 6th game. Red Sox broke early and they broke well, and then missed a couple of other opportunities to get some runs home, where 2 more singles would have scored 4 more runs, but Cincinnati bullpen was more than equal to the task until the 8th. 1-2. Outside ball 2. Fastball. 2-2 to Geronimo.
Drago has to be wary of Concepcion at second, trying to go to third.
Some people will say it's the easiest base to steal. I never could figure that, but that's right. They get a big lead off second base. And Concepcion does. Burleson tucks himself in toward him and a little bit behind him. The count is 2-2 to Geronimo. This red lineup, just murder all the way through. There's no breather. Long look by Drago. Geronimo levels the bat back and forth. Now the right-hander, Drago, checks second base twice, 3 times, comes in with a pitch, and it's inside, ball 3. Just missed with his fastball, and now it's 3-2. And the Reds are the ones with the advantage right now. The level of this game has been up and down and swaying back and forth.
They have Dreesen, a left-hander, in the dugout if they need him, and he's a good hitter.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Dick Drago set with a payoff. Here it is. Strike 3. Got him. Foul tip that Fisk held on to. A big strikeout for Drago. And Dan Dreesen is indeed going to come out to bat for McEnany. Dan Dreesen making his first appearance in the series as a batter. And anything at all. Flynn, Dreesen, Plummer, none of them has appeared. Dreesen hit 261, or 281 on the year. He had 7 homers and 38 RBIs. Right now, Darrell Johnson wants a word with Drago and with Carlton Fisk. That a very big strikeout for Drago. The lead run is at second base now. Dreesen, a left-handed batter, is going to bat for McEnany. And, of course, you got Pete Rose on deck, so you don't put Dreesen on, I don't believe, with first base open. You got Rose has been so very important to this ball club, and he's been such a factor in this game and in most games of this series. Johnson has had his word with Drago, and Dan Dreesen will bat. This is a fellow they thought was going to be the end-all to all their third base problems a couple of years ago.
Number 22.
He didn't do the job in the field, and then Rose came on.
His best position is first base. That's his natural position and where he'll probably wind up.
Right. Well, he's an aggressive left-handed hitter. He digs in, bends slightly from the waist with a closed stance. Concepcion at second base. 2 out, 10th inning. Tie game 6-6. Drago pauses. Pitches. Strike called outside corner. Just nipped the black on the outside slice. 1 strike to Dreesen. Fisk hangs out the sign for Drago. Now checks second base. Now he pitches. Ball high and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. If you're looking to the bottom of the 10th inning, the Red Sox will have the lower third of their order up. But not too bad. It's Evans, Burleson, and Bernie Carbo. 1-1 to Dreesen, the pinch hitter. Concepcion, a big run on his shoulders off second base. Here's the pitch. Fly ball going foul, third base side, chased by Petrocelli, Burleson, and Carbo makes the catch. Bernie Carbo almost overran it, but stuck his glove out and made the catch in fair territory with Concepcion headed for the plate. And the Reds are out. In the 10th inning, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. Going to the bottom of the 10th, tied up 6-6.
Your American Cancer Society presents Peter Falk and Lee Grant as friends in a doctor's waiting room.
Well, Mr. Klinger, I haven't seen you in ages. How are you?
Terrific. Terrific.
Well, you don't look it. You're all stooped over.
It's that noticeable, huh?
Oh, yes.
I was working out on the lawn and bent over to pull up some crabgrass and bang, the back went out.
Oh, that once happened to me after I sneezed.
Then you know it's smart. What are you here for?
Oh, just my annual checkup. I just want to make sure I'm as healthy as I feel.
Good idea. I only go to the doctor when I'm suffering.
Oh, I feel even better after a checkup, knowing I really am in perfect health. The thing is...
What?
Oh, perhaps I shouldn't talk so much. You look very uncomfortable.
It'll be all right. The doctor says I can pull all the crabgrass I want in a couple of weeks.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It is if you like pulling crabgrass.
Help your doctor help you with a yearly health checkup. It's your best cancer insurance. Call your doctor for an appointment soon. For more information, contact your American Cancer Society.
Well, we got a right-hander, Pat Darcy, coming on for the Cincinnati Reds. And he is the 8th pitcher of the night. And it ties a World Series record. 11 by both clubs also ties a record, as the Red Sox have had 3 pitchers in there. Darcy on the year had a good season with the Reds. He won 11 and lost 5, a 3.57 earned run average. He walked 59, he struck out 46. So he's not a strikeout pitcher type. He is making his second appearance in the World Series. He has worked 2 innings and has given up 2 hits and 1 run. Walked 2, had a wild pitch. Dwight Evans first up as the Red Sox bat in the 10th inning. The game tied 6-6. Darcy relieving McEnany, who they hit for. Swinging foul tip off the bat of Evans. Evans is 1 for 4. He doubled to right field in the 4th. There was an inning where the Red Sox had a chance to score. They had a double by Evans, a walk to Burleson. Sacrificed by Tiant. Tiant got runners to second and third, and then they bore down and got Cooper and Doyle on grounders. Swinging strike as Evans swung right through a slider. Red Sox had another big opportunity with the bases loaded in the 3rd, but Petrocelli struck out. So the big bullpen of the Big Red has done quite a job. This one is over the head of Evans and back to the screen. That is definitely ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Evans, who fanned his last time up. Darcy, tall right-hander, with the sign, with the pitch. Low, ball 2. Red Sox have Reggie Cleveland throwing in the bullpen now out in right center. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Ground ball stopped by Darcy over toward first base. Picks it up, throws in time. Darcy knocked the ball over toward the first base line and chased it down and threw Evans out. 1 away in the Red Sox 10th. And the pestiferous Rick Burleson is up. He's 0 for 2, but he's walked twice. Bernie Carbo on deck. Joe Morgan comes in to talk to Darcy. The Reds have been on the brink of winning this World Series tonight. They also were on the brink of having it go to the 7th game. And so far, it's still tied. The pitch to Burley is a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Rick has been a surprise at the plate. Too many for getting the base hits he's gotten, 7. Pitch is low. Nope, got the corner for a called strike, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Just the one. Here it comes. Breaking ball outside, 2-1. Rick Wise throwing in the Red Sox bullpen now. Wise started the Tuesday night game and gave up the home runs that won for the Reds. Little pop-up, left side of the infield. Concepcion, the shortstop, over toward the line, has got it for out number 2. Burleson was jammed. Here's Bernie Carbo. Bernie Carbo made this a brand new ball game when he came up as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. With 2 on and 2 out, he hit a home run into the center field bleachers to tie it 6-6, and that's where it stands right now. In this series, he has been to bat 3 times, has hit 2 home runs and a line drive to left. He's had 1 home run to left, 1 to center, and a line drive to left field. He's hit the ball hard every time up. And, of course, what's in the minds of everybody here is, can Bernie win it right here? Swings, strike 1. He wanted it. Bernardo Carbo. Against his old ball club that drafted him number 1. Swings, misses an off-speed pitch by Darcy, and quickly the count is 0-2. It was a 2-2 pitch that Carbo hit in the 8th inning for the game-tying homer. Darcy looking very sharp out there here in the 10th. The 2-strike pitch. Wastes one outside, scooped nicely by Bench, ball 1. 1-2 to Bernie, who's got that good inside-out stroke for a left-handed batter in this ballpark, and hit a lot of his home runs into the screen this year. The 1-2 pitch. Inside and low, ball 2, 2-2. The outfield plays him around to left. They do not play him to pull. Griffey, the right fielder, is at the midpoint of the bullpens in right center. 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss, strike 3. They get in this time. And that's all for the Red Sox on a strong performance by Pat Darcy. 1-2-3 they go in the 10th. At the end of 10 innings, it's Cincinnati 6, the Red Sox 6.
Want a good start toward a thicker, greener lawn, and put down some good, rich Scotch turf builder. You may not realize it, but this is the time of year when your lawn is going through an important growth period, a time when it sends out thousands of shoots to thicken itself. Scotch Turf Builder is chock full of the nutrients that your lawn needs. If you take just a half hour to spread some Turf Builder, you'll help your grass stay green and healthy all fall, right on into the winter. And that can make for a better looking lawn. Scotch can put a halt to your crabgrass problems too, with Scotch Halts Plus. Halts Plus contains Turf Builder to fertilize your lawn, plus a special crabgrass preventer that's guaranteed to keep crabgrass from coming back, or you get your money back from Scotch. We promise it right on the package. You'll find Turf Builder, Halts Plus, and all of our other lawn care products at your local Scotch retailer. Stop in soon. Scotch wants you to have a lawn that you can be proud of. NBC's radio coverage of the World Series will continue after station identification.
News FM time, 1 minute past midnight. Clear and breezy tonight. The low temperature 50 to 55 degrees. It'll be sunny and milder tomorrow with a high in the mid to upper 70s. Fair skies Wednesday night and on Thursday, the overnight low in the mid 50s. The chance of rain is near zero this evening, about 10% on Wednesday and Wednesday night. Clear skies. The temperature at Rockefeller Center is 61 degrees.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
This is Curt Gowdy and Ned Martin here, along with Marty Brennaman. Marty's down in the Cincinnati locker room waiting to see what happens here. If the Reds win, he'll be down there helping us handle the post-game ceremonies. It'll be all over. And the first pitch by Dick Drago's outside to Pete Rose for ball 1. Rose is 2 singles and 5 times up. We're inning number 11. The top of the Reds batting order, 3 toughies. Rose, Griffey, and Morgan, all left-handers against right-hander Drago. The Red Sox in their 11th will have Drago to start it off, then Doyle and Yastrzemski. Drago's batting in the leadoff spot in the Red Sox order. Fouled away, 1-1. Well, what dramatics we had. In the 8th inning, trailing 6-3, Bernie Carbo hit a 3-run pinch hit homer to tie it. And the Red Sox loaded the bases. In the last of the 9th inning, nobody out and failed to score. Rose fouls it away. Fred Lynn hit a fly ball down the left field line, right up against the line when George Foster, very shallow, caught the ball. They sent the runner Doyle, and he was doubled up at the plate. And then Petrocelli grounded out third to first. Well, both clubs have been hanging on the cliff tonight. And come back. The 1-2 pitch. Look out. Rose is hit by a pitch ball. And now Darrell Johnson's coming out and arguing that he didn't try to get out of the way of it. Or he wasn't hit. Carlton Fisk now yelling at home plate umpire Satch Davidson.
Well, that's one thing you don't want to do. We get a couple of strikes on Rose is to hit him, put him on base anyway. He's not necessarily a base-stealing threat, but he makes things happen out there. Now you've got trouble because Griffey is up.
Ken Griffey walked, grounded out, triple to knock in two, single, and flied out. We're getting double barrel action now in the Red Sox bullpen. Jim Burton, I think, has joined. Is Rick Wise still working out there, Ned?
No, it's Dick Pohl.
Dick Pohl, a right-hander, and Jim Burton, a left-hander. Rose at first represents the lead run. The throw to first, Yastrzemski was coming off the bag and charging toward the plate.
Beg your pardon, that's Willoughby out there.
Jim Willoughby now. Jim Willoughby is warming up. Will they have the bunt on? Or will they have Griffey swinging away? Drago stretches and throws. Outside, a ball, 1-0. Game tied, 6-all. Top of the 11th inning. Griffey looking down for a sign from his third base coach, Alex Grammas. Joe Morgan's on deck. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the stretch by Drago. Now the pitch. High. He's getting into trouble with his control. Ball 2, 2-0. Griffey looked like he wanted to bunt that one, but was too high. He'd have popped it up trying to bunt. 2 balls and no strikes. The wind is still blowing out. The batter's breeze tonight. The 2-0 delivery. That's an excellent bunt by Griffey. Fisk throws to second. Force out. Carlton Fisk got him. Rick Burleson covered. A great throw by Carlton Fisk as he gunned it to Burleson at second for the force on Pete Rose. And that was a good bunt by Griffey. Now Joe Morgan's up. Morgan, after failing to get the ball out of the infield the first 3 times, singled to left in the 7th, then fouled out in the 9th. He's 1 out of 5. Johnny Bench is on deck. A real seat squirmer at Fenway Park. They've all been seat squirmers, except Game 5. And that was a overpowering pitching exhibition by Don Gullett. And Perez's 2 homers. One away. Morgan a batter. Throw over again. Griffey back. Griffey can run. Yastrzemski holding it first. Petrocelli's about a step off the third base bag. Nothing's going down the line on him. Outside, a ball, 1-0. There's a gaping hole between Petrocelli at third and Burleson at short. Burleson shading second base. 1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. Tie game, 6-all, 11th inning. past the witching hour now. 7 minutes past 12 Eastern Standard Time. Fastball for a call strike to Morgan. 1-1. Drago taking his time. That's Eastern Daylight Time. What did I say, standard? Everybody be setting their clocks back an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike. Drago again makes the move to first. That was wide. Yastrzemski had to reach out for it. Now Morgan and Graham must want to get together on a sign.
A guy like Morgan, who does so much with a bat, you wonder what they've got in mind, whether they're going to run with Griffey and hit and run a little bit or play something.
Now he can hit a home run, he can drag a bunt, he can push a bunt, he can slap the left, he can hit behind the runner. You're right, Ned. 1 ball, 1 strike to Joe Morgan. Want me to send a special hello to Lou Fonseca, who just got out of the hospital. He's the Reds batting instructor. For years has taken films of the hitting stars of baseball. The pitch. There's a long shot to deep right. Back goes Evans. Back. And what a grab! Evans made a grab and saved a home run on that one. Throws to first for a double play. Double play. Yastrzemski to Doyle. Evans to Yastrzemski to Doyle as Evans robbed Joe Morgan of a home run, jumping high in the air and snagging that ball out of the right field grandstand. Well, here is some right fielder. The throw came back into Yastrzemski, and he flipped it over to Doyle for the double play. 9-3-4. An unusual double play at first base. No runs, no hits, and nobody left. Last of the 11th coming up. The score still tied 6-6.
There is a co-ed school in Boston without a football team or cheerleaders. It's the John Hancock Institute, where many Hancock agents learn the latest ways to help you put your children through college or yourself through retirement. Oh, we do have one thing in common with other schools: a song.
Put your John Hancock on a John Hancock for your family, for your family.
WNWS-FM 97 brings you the world.
Jack London, Tokyo.
Fred Kennedy, London. John Palmer. The station that brings you the World Series puts the world at your fingertips. This is WNWS-FM 97, where you hear news and information live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When you need news, we've got news for you. Keep your FM dialed at 97, WNWS-FM, New York.
Frank Slocum up here in our booth just said, you guys are up against something. They can't be believing what you're talking about tonight. This has to be one of the most dramatic games of World Series history. The plays that have been made, the situations that have been created, the situations that each team has failed to capitalize on. And now we're going to have Rick Miller batting for Dick Drago. Miller, a left-hander, will bat for Drago in the last of the 11th inning. With this game tied 6-6.
Miller.
Everything you'd ever want to see in a World Series game has been seen here at Fenway Park tonight. We've had 3 homers, great plays, lost opportunities, frustration, and we've had 8 pitchers used by Cincinnati to tie a record. Pat Darcy missed with his first pitch to Rick Miller. And Miller looked at ball 2 outside. Denny Doyle's on deck. And then Carl Yastrzemski. For once, the Reds bullpen is quiet. They're down to Clay Kirby and Don Gullett, and they need Gullett for tomorrow night if it goes to Game 7 to start. The 2-0 pitch. He pops the foul ball out of play. 2-1.
Rick Miller has not had much of an opportunity this year for the Red Sox. He's probably the best defensive outfielder they have. But he was run out of center field by Freddie Lynn, and then the great outfielder Rice came along. He had one of the big hits this year, though, off Catfish Hunter to win a 1-0 game for Bill Lee down in New York. A big series in July.
2-1 pitch. That's a foul fly. Maybe it's going to be foul. Headed toward the seats. Out of play. About the third row. Right down, jutting those stands along the left field line. The count to Rick Miller is 2-2. Drago and Darcy right now are the pitchers of record. If Miller got on, the Red Sox would have their best bunter coming up next, Denny Doyle. Marky Anderson's been saying through the series that Dwight Evans has been the most impressive player to him in the Red Sox. He says that boy is some fielder, and he's made some big hits against us. That was a great play Evans made in right field, robbing Morgan of a potential home run. 2-2 count. Miller asks for time and backs out. Last of the 11th, a tie game. Miller's a leadoff batter for the Boston Red Sox. Fouls it back, and the count holds at 2-2.
It's funny, everybody thought that the interest in baseball would have waned after all this rain and the edge would be taken off the two teams, but this is the best, the most exciting game of the whole mess.
And I knew, Ned, that once they threw that first pitch tonight, everybody would be right back into it.
And we're.
Fans, players, everyone. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rick Miller. Played to the opposite field. He hits a fly ball. The left fielder, Foster, is waiting for it. And Foster has it for the out. 1 down for the Red Sox in the last of the 11th. Here is Denny Doyle coming up. Six runs, 12 hits, no errors for the Reds. 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Red Sox. Pitch is high. Ball 1 to Denny Doyle. Doyle's had a double in 4 times, and he's walked. Scrappy little left-handed batter. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball for a strike, 1-1. Nolan started. Tiant started for the Red Sox. Tiant went 7 innings. Nolan just 2 innings. Slashes it foul out of play. Darcy's throwing hard. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Think anybody's left?
Not a soul. Gonna be a short night to sleep in, I tell you this.
The 1-2 pitch. He dribbles the ground ball to shortstop Concepcion, who charges, snaps the first. Good play, and they're 2 down. Carl Yastrzemski's had 3 hits tonight in 5 times.
First base, Yastrzemski.
He's now had 8 hits in this series to tie Pete Rose. 2 out, bases empty. The game tied 6-6. The fastball for a strike. 1 swing of the bat is all the Red Sox have really had off Cincinnati relievers. They scored 3 in the first and 3 in the 8th, and that was a pinch hit homer by Bernie Carbo. The 1-strike delivery. Foul ball back, strike 2. Darcy right ahead of those hitters. 0-2. We go to the 12th inning. The Reds will have Bench, Perez, and Foster up, right-handers. 2-strike count. Low, a sinking fastball, 1-2. 2 down, bases empty. Carlton Fisk on deck. Perez crowding that first base line. He doesn't want the ball to get by him. Morgan is out in the grass a step or 2 at second base. The outfield deep. And there's a ground ball hit off the end of the bat to Concepcion. His throw. And the Red Sox go quietly down 1-2-3 in the last of the 11th. We're going to the 12th inning at Fenway Park. And the game is still tied 6-6.
Kelly Springfield announces a spectacular sale on radial tires right now. It's their Star-Spangled Tire Sale, and the brightest star of all is the Kelly Springfield Prestige Radial. Plan now to step up to radials, while Kelly Springfield Prestige Radials are only 4 for $100, size A7813. Other sizes comparably low priced. These 30,000-mile tires give you road-hugging traction and long tire life, while adding riding comfort and gas economy. In snow areas, you'll find Kelly Springfield Snowmark winter tires only 2 for $50. These prices plus $1.93 federal excise tax per tire in the A7813 size. See them today at all Kelly Springfield auto service stores and participating Kelly Springfield dealers, as well as many Sunoco and other service stations. Kelly Springfield. Tires that make a world of difference.
Rick Wise is coming on. This makes the 12th pitcher in this game. It's a new World Series record. 11 pitchers have appeared in a World Series game twice previously. That was St. Louis and Boston in '67, and Oakland and the Mets in '73. We've had 8 pitchers used by Cincinnati tonight, and Wise becomes the 4th pitcher for the Red Sox. Well, it's been a game of opportunities and lost opportunities. The Red Sox scored 3 in the first on Fred Lynn's 3-run homer. They had the bases loaded, 2 down in the third, failed to score. The Red Sox had runners on second and third, 1 out in the fourth, failed to score. And the Reds started getting back into it. They scored 3 in the fifth. Griffey tripled in 2, Bench singled in Griffey. 2 runs in the seventh. Foster doubled off the center field wall, narrowly missing a home run to knock in Griffey and Morgan. And then Geronimo led off the 8th inning with a home run, and the Reds had a 6-3 lead when Carbo crashed his dramatic pinch hit homer. And the Red Sox in the 9th inning, the best chance of all, had the bases loaded, nobody out, and failed to score. Now we're going to the 12th inning. Rick Wise did not relieve during 1973 and 1974. He relieved once in '73 for the St. Louis Cardinals. And Ned Martin knows all about him. He's broadcast him all year, so he'll take over the 12th and tell you about Rick Wise.
All right, Curt. 19-game winner in the regular season was Wise, his personal high, formerly with the Phils and the Cardinals. He won his 20th game and his most important win, probably, against the Oakland A's in the final game of the playoff series out at Oakland to clinch it for the Red Sox and get the pennant. He started once in this series and was hit hard. He started the 3rd game out in Cincinnati, and you'll remember, gave up those back-to-back home runs to Concepcion and Geronimo in the 5th inning. Later on, gave up a triple to Rose, and that knocked him out of the box. He also gave up a home run to Johnny Bench in the 4th. He gave up 34 home runs in the regular season. That's been his trouble.
That's why they pitched him on the road in the American League playoffs and in the World Series.
He was 12-5 on the road in the regular season and 7-7 at Fenway. Johnny Bench standing in. And the pitch is a fastball outside, ball 1. Bench has had 1 hit tonight, 1 for 5, a single, driving in a run in the 5th inning. Wise relies on the fastball. That's his big pitch. He likes to pitch it to spots. High pop foul coming back, and I believe out of play. Fisk will maybe have a shot. He does. Falls down and makes the catch as the wind blew it back in from the stands. 1 out. Johnny Bench fouls to his opposite number, Carlton Fisk, who stayed right with it. The ball was headed for the stands, but that wind all night long has been blowing out. It blew it back, and he fell down after he made the catch.
You know, Ned will remark there were no empty seats. There are out in the Cincinnati bullpen.
Mr. Kirby is there alone, Clay Kirby, with his catchers. Here is Tony Perez. 1 for 5, a single. Wise kicks and throws, and it's low, ball 1. Cincinnati 6 and the Red Sox 6 in a chiller here at Fenway Park. 6th game of the World Series, and you just can't get him any better than this. The 1-0 delivery. A strike call in the outside corner. Wise throws the fastball primarily, but mixes it with a fair slider and a good curveball. He's a control pitcher when on. had one bad spell in the summer of '75, but came up a 19-game winners. Foul tip off the mask of Fisk. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I don't know what's going to happen here in this inning or the rest of this game, but if it does go to Game 7, they've already announced Bill Lee for the Red Sox and Don Gullett for the Cincinnati Reds. If
2
we play tomorrow
left-handers.
night.
Gullett, who throws BBs, the fastball, will challenge you. Also can throw the curve. Lee, who throws an assortment.
Yeah, but he'll have his health food tomorrow.
Yeah, his ginseng and his honey, which he carries around with him. He pitched a whale of a ball game here Sunday a week ago. The 1-2 pitch to Perez. It's a little bit low. Ball 2, 2-2. Wise, of course, used to National League umpiring and the low strike. Rick pitched for the Philadelphia Phils for a number of years. He was a rookie on the '64 club that folded in September. They didn't use him. So the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball toward the middle, past Burleson into left center field. Base hit. Perez has his second hit, and the Reds have another runner. And they have 13 hits on the night. So it's 1 out and a runner at first. And again, the Red Sox have to play carefully with this Cincinnati lineup. George Foster is 1 for 5 also, but that double off the center field wall produced 2 runs in the 7th inning, 2 runs off Louis Tiant. Foster also made the catch in shallow left on Fred Lynn and threw out the winning run at the plate. Doyle trying to score after the catch and was thrown out on a strong throw by Foster from shallow. Here's the set, the pitch by Wise. It's a strike call picking up the outside corner. Perez at first base. Stole a base in this series to the surprise of everybody, mainly because they didn't bother with him out at Cincinnati, and it turned out to be a big stolen base. Now they are bothering with him. Yastrzemski holds the bag closely. Perez a short lead. The pitch to Foster, ground fouled off to the left.
This fellow's been dangerous in this park, Foster. He's hit well.
He sure has. He made the big fielding play tonight for the Reds and has hit well consistently throughout the series, and particularly here. Ken Griffey has been another Cincinnati Red who has been tough in this series at the plate. He's had a fine series. Single and a triple for him tonight. 0-2 to Perez. Wise comes in with his pitch and misses outside, ball 1. That didn't miss by much. Perez went 0 for 1 against Wise in Cincinnati. He walked once, and he stole his base with Wise in there. Foster set at the plate. Here's the pitch. Little looper to left field's going to be trouble. Drops in for a base hit. Carbo picks up. Runners at first and second, 1 out. A handle hit looping into left field off the bat of Foster, and Wise is in a jam. 2 on, 1 out, and the batter is Concepcion. 13. And the Reds come running at you again. Boy, do they put pressure on. Wise has given up a ground ball single just out of the reach of Burleson into center field, and a looping handle hit into left field, but they're like line drives in the box score. Can you use another cliche in an already over-cliched series? Concepcion is 1 for 5 also. He singled his last time up, and he stole a base. The Red Sox infield at double play depth. Petrocelli just a step off the bag at third. Yastrzemski very wide of the bag at first. It's a strike call on the outside corner. The outfield is straight away on Concepcion, a right-handed batter. Perez at second. Foster at first. 1 away. Game tied 6-6, 12th inning. Rick looks in, gets the sign. Here's his pitch, and it's high outside, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Be a few electric light bills around New England and Cincinnati tonight.
I imagine. hard-fought ball game. A classy kind of game, a classic 6th game. The 1-1 pitch about to be made to Concepcion. It's swung on, fly ball, right field. Evans back. He's under it. He's got it. Runners play it halfway and hold as the throw comes into Doyle. He throws into Burleson. 2 out. So with 2 down and 2 on, the batter is Geronimo. He's 2 for 5, a single in the 6th and a home run in the 8th. And that home run by Geronimo was the last run scored by the Reds. It appeared to be an insurance run at the time. And what it did was insure against immediate defeat as Bernie Carbo homered in the bottom of the 8th. Now Darrell Johnson's coming to the mound, along with Fisk coming out from behind home plate with a word to Wise, hoping to be sufficient.
And that Red bullpen is getting busy again, and that is Kirby warming up. He could be the only man.
Play Kirby.
If they have a late entry on the roster.
I kind of doubt that. Well, Johnson has had his word with Rick Wise and Carlton Fisk. Geronimo, a tough hitter. 2 for 5, including the home run. Left-handed batter. Perez with just fair speed at second base. Concepcion, good speed. Or Foster, rather, with good speed at first. But the man they think about is Perez at second. 2 outs, and here we go. Wise gets the sign. Drops to the belt, comes in with his pitch, a fastball outside, ball 1. Been 23 hits in this game, 14 for the Reds. One and nothing to Geronimo. Carbo moves a little bit in left field. Here's the pitch. Foul back. Good rip, but it runs up the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. 12th inning, 6-6. I tell you, if the Reds win this one, they'll know they've been in something, a catfight here. The Red Sox have died hard. They haven't died yet. They're looking forward to Game 7, and they almost had it in the 9th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch by Wise, a fastball outside, missing by just inches, and it's 2-1.
He's trying to pitch Geronimo away. He's trying to keep that ball outside on him. And Bernie Carbo's playing over toward the left field line.
They'll give him something to the opposite field because he did pull a home run earlier into right field. Burleson a step or 2 towards second base. Wise looks back there, comes in with his pitch. It's swung on, missed, strike 2. He buzzed a fastball about shoulder high right by him. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. The Red Sox 12th will have Fisk, Lynn, and Petrocelli scheduled up. 2-2 to Geronimo. Wise looking down through the spectacles, gets the sign. The pitch jams him, strike 3 called. Wise strikes out Geronimo, and that ends the inning. Fastball, no runs, 2 hits, 2 left. Going to the bottom of the 12th. Cincinnati 6, Boston 6.
You may think your lawn doesn't need to be fertilized this fall because soon it's going to go to sleep for the winter. That's not the way nature works. Right now, your lawn is going through a vital growth period, sending out thousands of grass shoots to thicken itself. So it needs fertilizer now, just like it did last spring. That's why it's so important to take a half hour or so and give your lawn some good, rich Scotch Turf Builder. You see, Turf Builder gives your lawn the essential nutrients it needs during this growth period, and it releases nitrogen slowly as your lawn needs it. If weeds are a problem in your lawn, try Scotch Turf Builder Plus 2. It controls over 40 different kinds of common weeds, including dandelions, while giving your lawn a healthy dose of Turf Builder fertilizer to grow on. Stop by your local Scotts retailer this weekend for some Turf Builder or Turf Builder Plus 2. Scott's wants you to have a lawn that you can be proud of. We'll return with more World Series coverage after station identification.
News FM time is 12:32. It'll be clear and breezy overnight. The low temperature 50 to 55 degrees. Sunny and milder later today with a high in the mid to upper 70s. Fair skies on Wednesday night. We have a near zero chance of a shower overnight, about 10% on Wednesday and Wednesday night. Winds southwesterly 10 to 20 miles an hour. Clear skies, 61 degrees at Rockefeller Center.
This is WNWS-FM New York, where you'll hear news and information live 24 hours a day at 97 on your FM dial. News FM.
Curt, Gowdy, and Ned Martin here. We're going to the last of the 12th inning. Carlton Fisk, Fred Lynn, and Rico Petrocelli for the Red Sox against Pat Darcy. We've had 12 pitchers in the game, a new record. It's all tied, 6-all, and here's Ned again.
Okay, Curt. Now it's Fisk up, and he hasn't had a hit since the first inning. He singled then. He has been intentionally passed twice. He is 1 for 3 officially. Game tied, 6-6. Darcy pitching. Fisk takes high and inside. Ball 1. Freddie Lynn on deck. There have been numerous heroics tonight, both sides. The 1-0 delivery to Fisk. He swings, long drive, left field. If it stays fair, it's gone. Home run! The Red Sox win! And the series is tied 3 games apiece.
Carlton Fisk hit a 1-0 pitch. They're jamming out on the field. His teammates are waiting for him. The ball hit the foul pole, and the Red Sox have sent the World Series into Game 7 with a dramatic 7-6 victory. They had a chance to win into the 9th with the bases loaded, nobody out. They were trailing by 3 runs when Bernie Carbo came up in the 8th inning and hit a pinch hit 3-run homer. What a game. This is one of the greatest World Series games of all time that had everything. Home runs by Lynn, Carbo, and Fisk for the Red Sox. Geronimo hit a home run for the Cincinnati Reds. And so, tomorrow night, 2 left-handers go at it to decide the championship of baseball for 1975. Bill Lee for the Red Sox and Don Gullett for the Reds. The winning pitcher is Rick Wise, and the losing pitcher is Pat Darcy. This crowd is being restrained now. It is way past midnight here as this game ends. A dramatic 12-inning affair. We'll have some final comments from Ned Martin.
I'm not sure that I can comment at all. I guess it was almost supposed to be that way, Curt, with a home run by Carbo. Cincinnati cutting down a run at the plate in the 9th. And this team coming back all the time. The Cincinnati Reds continuing to put the pressure on everybody with people on base. In the extra innings, they had 1 on, 2 on, 1 on, 2 on. And Red Sox pitching did away with them. The Red Sox bullpen came through, and then Carlton Fisk won it all.
I see my partner Tony Kubek down in the field. He may have an interview with somebody. And if he does, we're going to go down and join the interview. Let's wait here now. Tony's waiting for somebody to come out of that Red Sox dugout. Once again, in 12 innings, Fisk's home run was high and hit the foul pole.
It was well hit, no doubt about it.
But it looked like he was going to hook foul. It just made it as it hit the foul pole high above the left field wall to win it for the Red Sox. And all the Red Sox runs tonight were by home runs. A 3-run homer by Freddie Lynn, a 3-run homer by pinch hitter Carbo, and then Carlton Fisk, who, by the way, played quite a game defensively as a catcher tonight, too, making throws, catches the foul balls. Tomorrow night we'll be on at 8:15 Eastern Daylight Time on NBC Radio with the final game of the series, which, here's Tony Kubek. Let's get on to it.
Well, he just said, it's got to be one of the most dramatic ball games in World Series history with a great catch by Evans to keep Morgan's ball from Golmus going into the right field seats. And let's not forget Bernie Carbo and the great home run. Without that, the Red Sox would not have been in this ball game when Fisk hit the big home run. Fisk is being mobbed up the runway. He is not able to get through down here, Joe or Dick. And I'll just throw it right back up to you now and hope that we can get him if we do have time. Okay, Tony.
Well, as you heard Tony, he was trying to get Carlton Fisk on, but he was being mobbed in the runway. Meantime, let's pause right now for this message.
When you shave in the morning, you want a shave that's as close to perfect as possible. Very close and very safe. That's why you should shave with the Gillette Track 2 two-bladed razor. It shaves real close because as the first blade cuts the whiskers, it stretches it out. So the second blade can cut off an extra piece of whisker. And it shaves you safely because the blades are both recessed. So start shaving with the Gillette Track 2 shaving system with regular or adjustable cartridges and start giving yourself the closest thing to a perfect shave. It's extra innings. You're excited. You're hot.
All right, let's cut down to Tony Kubek now and Carlton Fisk.
This up. Had a great effort from everybody on our pitching staff. I just happened to get a ball. I didn't know what was going to be fair or foul. I knew if it was fair, it was out of here.
Emotions ran rampant, as everybody knows. Another cheer going up. Bernie Carbo is going down to an interview room in the left field stands. Your feelings in other parts of the ball game. When the ball was hit by Morgan as Evans approached the warning track, what did your heart do?
I didn't think the ball was going to be out, to tell you the truth. I thought if he missed it, it would be off the short part of the wall, and he might have come up with a triple. He could very easily have scored their go-ahead run, and we would have ended up losing it. But he's been playing right field like that for us all year long. Made a lousy throw back to first base, but we recovered in time and got a double play. That's probably the biggest play of the ball game.
Hodge, another big play. Freddie Lynn banging into the center field wall, and we don't know the condition of him. He looked like he was struggling along the rest of the ball game. But what does he feel like right now?
Well, I'm sure he feels pretty good right now, but I'm sure he's going to be sore tomorrow. He jumped up and hit his tailbone on the cement wall, and you know how that hurts. He can't get up very good, but he showed me a lot of guts staying in the ball game. He's one true competitor, as he's shown everybody all throughout the year. He's going to be sore tomorrow, but he's not going to miss it for anything.
All right, you've taken it on the strength of your home run to the 7th game of the World Series. It'll be Bill Lee versus Don Gullett, two left-handers, and your little bit of a comment on that, if you will.
Well, they're two opposites as far as pitching goes. Bill's a control pitcher. He has to have his good sinker in order to be effective in this ballpark. Don Gullett's a hard thrower, as like a Vita Blue, maybe his ball might be a little too straight in this ballpark. I didn't think he threw too well his first game in here. Maybe the wall had an advantage for us with him throwing. He's going to have to be pretty careful, especially if the wind's blowing like it is today, if it's blowing like that tomorrowell.
Fudge, any of your family are here at the ballpark?
Everybody's here, except my kids. I wish they could be here.
I'll let you go handle your press conference, and congratulations on, well, a dramatic home run, one that'll go down in the history of baseball.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our thanks to Carlton Fisk. Let's go now back upstairs.
All right, that's it.
And we'll tell you that, again, it's extra innings, and you're excited and you're hot. We have a message for you. How do you know your antiperspirant's still working? Your clothes will tell you. If they don't look and smell fresh, you need new Right Guard Double Protection Antiperspirant. A guy's shirt out on the bleachers just told him he needs it. I imagine a lot of shirts tell them they need it right now. And a fan's sweater in the grandstand just told him he needs it. This new Right Guard helps protect you and your clothes from wetness, stains, and odors. New Right Guard Double Protection. Your clothes will tell you if you need it. Now, that message is done with, Mr. Gowdy. What do you have to say?
Racing across the outfield to the interview room. And so that's it. I don't believe anyone that saw this game in person. And we have veteran writers, veterans of broadcasting, TV here, fans. I ran into one man from Chicago who's seen 40 World Series now in succession. There hasn't been a better game than this one, with so many dramatic situations in the game. The Red Sox win it in 12 innings on Carlton Fisk's leadoff home run. And so we go down to Game 7 tomorrow night to decide the World Championship of Baseball. This broadcast has been authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Commissioner of Baseball is prohibited. And the Commissioner of Baseball has a right of approval of the announcers of this event. On behalf of Marty Brennaman, Ned Martin, Curt Gowdy saying so long. The 75 World Series is being brought to you by your local Dodge dealer who says, if you have a head for cars, head for Dodge. Your local John Hancock Life Insurance agent. O.M. Scott, makers of Turf Builder and other fine lawn care products, and by Right Guard Double Protection. It helps protect you and your clothes from wetness, stains, and odor. Coverage of the game was produced by Joe Michaels and engineered by Bob Lemissio. Final score again, Boston 7 and Cincinnati 6 in 12 innings. This has been an NBC Radio Network sports presentation.
When you're having someone over and want the little things to go right, you can always count on Michelob. Michelob has been living up to its notices since 1896, living up to its great taste, on tap, in bottles and cans, and always an unexpected pleasure.
Bring on the great taste of Michelob. The unexpected pleasure. The great taste of Michelob. The unexpected pleasure. The great taste of Michelob.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Recently, something happened in the gasoline business that everyone who drives a car should know about. A survey was taken of the prices of premium gasoline. The survey covered hundreds of service stations in New York, Boston, Philadelphia, and other metropolitan areas. Almost all the major oil companies were included. If you buy gasoline by price in your neighborhood, you can probably guess the results. On an average, Getty Premium sold from 2 to 2.5 cents less per gallon than most other major premiums. So if you want more gas for your money and more miles for your money, pull into Getty. Remember, don't waste gasoline. But when you do drive, fill up with Getty. No lead for cars built after 1971, premium for cars built before 1971. Getty. We've got what's best for your car and for you.
This is WNWS-FM. Clear skies, 61 degrees. The time is 12:45.
CBS News. The Boston Red Sox worked overtime to win a reprieve in the World Series, and they did it in a sensational way. I'm Jerry Landay, reporting on the CBS Radio Network. John Carlson has particulars in Boston.
Fenway Park seethed with drama tonight as the Red Sox snatched a 7-6 victory over Cincinnati, and the World Series is tied at 3 games apiece. Catcher Carlton Fisk, leading off the 12th inning, slammed a towering home run into the left field foul pole to win it. All the Sox runs came on homers. Bernie Carbo tied it for Boston in the 8th with a 3-run homer. Rookie Fred Lynn crashed a 3-run blast in the 1st. Rick Wise got the win in relief. Pat Darcy, the loser. In all, 12 pitchers were used in the game, a World Series record. Cesar Geronimo homered for Cincinnati. The 6th game had it all. Now it goes to a deciding 7th game Wednesday night. This is John Carlson for CBS News at Boston's Fenway Park.
CBS News. The Boston Red Sox have forced the World Series into a 7th game. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. In an exciting game which changed course several times, the Boston Red Sox got a 7-6 win Tuesday night in the 12th inning of the game against the Cincinnati Reds. It was do or die for Boston. Cincinnati was up 3 games to 2, and a Reds victory would have meant the series title for the National League champs. But the Red Sox came out on top. In the bottom of the 12th, catcher Carlton Fisk slammed a solo homer, and it was all over. The 7th and deciding game is scheduled for Wednesday night in Boston. The Red Sox will send Bill Lee to the mound to face Cincinnati's Don Gullett. More news in a moment.
Boston wins 7-6. Seventh game tonight. Reds' hearts now in their gullet. Good morning, all. Win Elliot with Sports World Roundup for the CBS Radio Network. Yep, seventh game. Last night's was worth waiting through 3 days of rain. In 12 innings, the Red Sox 7, the Reds 6, and I agree with the Reds manager, Sparky Anderson.
The way I heard all over, I'd have to say it was probably as good a ball game as, I've seen played.
Me too. And about the game, after this. Fred Lynn got the Red Sox off great with a 3-run home run in the first inning, but the Reds got him back in the fifth. A Griffey triple in which both center fielder Lynn and the ball crashed off the wall, 2 scoring, and then Johnny Bench singled home the equalizer. Seventh inning, Griffey again singled, followed by a Morgan single. Then Foster doubled them both home off the center field wall. When Geronimo homered off Tiat to open the eighth inning, it was 6-3 Cincinnati and all over for Louis, and it seemed all over for Boston. In the eighth, after Bourbon, the Reds' sixth pitcher put Len and Petrocelli on, Eastwood came in. He struck out Evans. He got Burleson on a fly to left, and that brought up to pinch hit Bernie Carbo. The count went to 2-2, and according to Barry Landers...
Len at second, Petrocelli at first. Carbo awaiting the 2-2. Drive to deep left center field. Way back. Going. It is gone!
It was Carbo's second pinch hit of the series, second pinch hit home run, and it tied to score at 6-6.
I was just trying to make contact. I was telling myself not to strike out.
And all they did was knock it out of sight. In the ninth inning, the Red Sox filled the bases with none out, but the Reds with McEnany replacing Eastwood got him a fly ball. Foster threw to the plate to double out Doyle, who was running against instructions. That was a big play. The tension was fantastic. 10th inning, neither team. 11th inning, Rose hit by a pitch. Griffey bunts. Fisk throws to second, nips Rose, but there's Griffey on first and Morgan at bat. Boy, the tension.
I don't think anybody in the world could ask for a better ball game than what both teams played today. You got the two best teams.
Morgan awaiting a 1-1 offering. Griffey leading away at first. He's not going. Morgan hits it deep to right field. Back goes Evans into the corner. Evans leaps. And did he get it? Yes, he caught it!
Yes, Evans did catch it, and then he doubled Griffey off at first. Phew. And you know what? I'm not the only one who went. Phew.
That was an outstanding catch Evans made. I don't think we'll ever see one like that any better. That's as good as you can be.
Thank you, Sparky Anderson of the Reds, a gracious human being. The Reds threatened in the 12th with Rick Wise pitching. Perez got to second base. A base hit by Geronimo would have put the Reds ahead, but he struck out, or at least he watched a called third strikeout. Here's some inside baseball. Here's how catcher Fisk and pitcher Wise planned it together.
Carlton called for a fastball away, and I wanted to go fastball in because I thought he'd seen enough pitches away, and it turned out to be the right pitch.
The ins and outs of inside baseball. Red Sox, 12th inning, the game 4 hours old. Everybody in the park aged 4, scoring at least twice that much. And Carlton Fisk, the catcher, is the first one up.
Fisk singled back at the first and scored ahead of Lynn's 3-run homer. Now Carlton hits one deep to left. Into the corner. It is a foul ball. Hits the foul pole.
It did. It hit the foul pole, and it's all over. And that's how come tonight at 8:30, there'll be the 7th and deciding game for the Reds gullet, for the Red Sox Lee, and for me, ammonia water and smelling salt.